Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Okay, hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Hello. Welcome, welcome. My name is Alan Cox. You just heard it, but I'll say it again. Thanks for being here. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's here too.
Hey, creepy hugs.
Mary Santora is there, sitting pretty in Midtown Manhattan.
Sure am.
Man, let me take a look at you today. Where's Mary? Hey, there she is.
Don't look great.
Wait, hold on. Do that pose again so I can... Wait, I can just go back and screenshot it. For the...
I love the awkward all-teeth smile.
You like that?
That's great.
I do apologize for the screenshot I used yesterday.
don't.
I do.
What was yesterday?
I
I
posted
had like
a link.
pissy face.
But I just was like grabbing it as the show was going, and I didn't even look at it until later, and someone commented, they're like, why'd you use that face of Mary? I'm like, oh, I just
like,
thought it was...
"Marr."
Yeah.
Whatever. What are you gonna do?
It's... I mean, that is your face.
Well,
I mean, my
it's
face looks like it does.
the only face that you've got, the one we've got. We're doing the best with what we're working with, people.
Oh.
All right, if you'd like to join us, don't let us stop you. 216-578-1007 if you want to join us live on the phone. 800-348-1007, 35192 to text me. You can watch live at alancoxshow.com. That's where you're going to see Mary's face. And you'll see Cam Patterson's face later on. He's going to be in here. Excited to talk to him. He's doing, got a bunch of sold-out shows over there at Hilarities. And, on my way to work this morning, I was behind a car that had a window sticker that just said, "Your mom's a hoe," which I thought was funny because it's not funny in and of itself, but I just liked working out the entire process from purchase to affixing it to the window of the car, because there are a number of decisions that need to be made in that process, right? Maybe she made it herself. It was a she. Maybe, unless she was driving somebody else's car. Maybe she made it herself, but most likely she bought it, right? Your mom's a hoe. H-O-E. Maybe it's a gardening pun. I don't know, but probably not. It's no insult to call somebody's mother a gardening implement. So your mom's a hoe. This woman had to buy the sticker, wait for the sticker, get it, and then take it out, unpeel. Then you have to go, well, where on my car am I going to put this, right? Anybody who's into bumper stickers.
Was this the lone sticker on the car?
Lone sticker.
Okay, that makes a huge difference.
Because
if it's a car with a plethora of stickers, it's just lost in the shuffle. But if you have one sticker and it is "Your mom's a hoe," you're trying to send a message to a specific mom.
That's a good point. That is an important detail. A single sticker on the window of this car, not on the bumper, window. So it's eye level. And this person had to decide, like, I'm not a bumper sticker guy, but some people love plastering their cars with stickers. That's not what this was. So maybe this is her initial foray into the car sticker life or whatever. But, that one sticker. And so she would have had to have peeled the backing off. She would have had to have decided where on her car it should be featured as to be most prominent.
Clean that spot.
You clean that spot. Yep. And she opted for lower left of the back hatch window there. Your mom's a hoe. And then she's just driving around and in front of me this morning on my way in.
I like it.
I got a good chortle off of that.
Chortle.
A chortle. Mary, it's hot there in New York today.
Yes.
She had a good time before the show.
I didn't. Well, kind of.
How's that for a setup?
So I went to the nail salon yesterday. There's a nail salon right next to the station, and it's really nice. Like inside, it's beautiful.
What's
it's
it
probably
called?
It's called New York Nails and Spa.
Oh, they really dug deep.
Oh yeah, but it's really nice. Like I've been to probably 5 or 6 since I've been here, and this is definitely the nicest, biggest one. Very clean. So I went in yesterday, got a pedicure. Pedicure was great, but I decided I didn't like the nail color. That's totally me. Nothing wrong. But I went back in today, and I was like, hey, can I just get my color changed? I
What's
just
the
want
name
a
of the
different
color?
I don't know.
Oh.
It was like yesterday I got like an orange that I wanted it to be much brighter than it was. It ended up being almost like a burnt orange and kind of made my toenails just look dirty.
You want a
I don't
summer
like this.
orange.
Yeah, I wanted like a bright orange.
Yep.
So I went back and the girl originally was like $20. I was like, for a polish change? Like get the
that a
whole
lot?
pedicure. The whole pedicure was only $60. I was like, so you want to charge me $20 to change the color on my nails? And then the lady who did my nails came up to the front, remembered me, and she was like, I'll do it for free. Just tip me. And I was like, okay. So she took me in the back. No, I mean, it was totally chill. I gave her $10. And then she was like, are you sure? Are you sure? And I was like, yeah. So I'm sitting there. They have like the little dryer that you put your toes under, right? I'm sitting at the dryer just playing a Sudoku on my phone. And I don't know if she was busy or if like I gave her $20 yesterday and then $10 today. So she's made $30 off me in the past 24 hours. So the nail lady comes up, she starts rubbing my back. And I was like, oh, that's nice. I'll let her rub my back. I'm sitting there because they do
that's nice. Am I being assaulted here? Or it is and a spa.
Yes, they have like a full list of massages and facials and like entire packages that you can spend all day. Like it's a really nice place. And so I'm like, hell yeah, rub my shoulders, while my little toes dry. I was early in today, so it's probably like 12:15 that I'm in the city. So I got plenty of time. And she's like rubbing my shoulders, and she goes, oh, you're so tight. You're so tight. I was like, I know. I'm like, I carry my stress in my shoulders. I'm not going to do the voice. And she was like, she pointed to this thing on like the menu that was in front of me that was an Indian head rub. Okay? Indian head massage. And she pointed to it, and she was like, you need that. And I was like, no, I don't need it. And she was like, just 30 minutes. I'll give you a discount. And I was like, no, I'm good. She goes, come on, come with me. And so the next thing you know, I'm like in a room with this lady, and she goes, take your shirt off.
This is where like their fingers are all over your face.
Well, she goes, this is before any of that. She just goes, take your shirt off. I was like, what? Like,
You got the wrong music, Alan.
I know. I'm like in a room with this little, very demanding and pushing Chinese lady. Asian. She might not be Chinese, but it did say like Chinese spa.
Yeah, well, it's probably a fair assumption if it says Chinese spa.
Yeah, so she's like, take your shirt off. I was like, what? And I have like a flowy top with an athletic bra on underneath. And so I like took the top off and I laid down, and then she pointed like at my sports bra, and she was like off.
Let me see
and I was
them
like,
hangers.
what is happening? So I pulled the covers
I thought you said
up.
head massage,
I know.
man.
I like pulled the covers up over my boobs, and I like took my sports bra off, and I like threw it in the corner, and she starts like rubbing my shoulders, and she just kept saying bad, so bad, so bad. And I was like, what is happening right now? So then she's like rubbing my shoulders, and then she gets into my head. And the only way I can describe this head massage is as chaotic. Like, I've never had an Indian head massage before, but it was like...
I'm going to see what they look like on the YouTube.
It was insane. It was just like she was taking her hands in, like, how, like, you flick water, okay, off your fingertips, but the opposite, like squeezing it up. And she was just doing that all over my head for like 15 minutes. And I was like, what is going on right now? And then she starts like squeezing my ears, and then she goes back to my shoulders, and she's like, I mean, she is so strong, and she is going in and going in. And then she gets to my face, and she starts like insulting me. She was like pushing on the space.
You are not funny. You will never be funny.
Pushing on the space between my eyes, and she just kept going, so tired, so tired. And I was like, dude. And then she's like pushing on my cheeks, and she got down to like by around my mouth, and she said something along the lines of, your muscles are sore, you talk too much. And I was like, you don't know me. Like, what
She can tell, though.
Lady, you haven't stopped talking since I showed up here.
I know. I was silent like the whole time. I was like, first of all, you lure me into this room with a discount, and then you're insulting me and telling me my shoulders are bad and I'm too tired.
Well,
and
no,
like,
but you do talk for a living. That's not an insult. That's quite a look into your life.
Yeah.
She was
Here.
able to ascertain that through
Yeah.
a massage.
Through being able to feel your face muscle and go, you talk too much.
She's a kinesiologist.
That's
She's
pretty
like,
impressive.
wow, that's amazing.
Well, so she's doing all this stuff where she's poking on she's calling it reflexology, poking on my face and like yanking on my ears. And like I'm not exaggerating when I'm saying she's pulling my hair.
Yeah.
Like she like grabbed it,
Were you like,
twisted it, and yanked it.
Oh,
and I
that'd be
was
great.
like, what are you doing? Like, this is insane.
She's really taking Mary for a ride.
She did. And then she gets back into my shoulders and she's telling me how tired I am and how much I need a full body massage. And I was like, I don't even have time.
She wanted
do a
you to
full body
take the
massage.
rest of your clothes off.
Probably. But she at one point she pulled my arms above my head and was like jiggling my arms around, and my left boob popped out because she's like swinging me around all fast. But she had both my arms, so I like couldn't grab the blanket.
You had a wardrobe malfunction at your
but
at
like
your
you're in
head
a private
massage.
room, and do you think she really cares about your boobs?
No, but it was just still weird because she's got them all the way above my head,
Your
like
boobs?
an orangutan. No, my arms, and she's like swinging my arms, so they're bouncing around, man. And I'm like, oh my god, this is insane. Like I came in here to get the color on my toes changed.
You're like, how did I end up here?
That's exactly what I'm thinking. I'm like, now my boobs are out in front of this lady. She's jiggling them around everywhere. And so then
She's like, oh, your nipples are so tired.
Yeah. They probably have a hidden camera in there, and she was just doing all that stuff to get your boobs to come out, and now it's going to be on the Chinese internet.
maybe. And so like afterward, I'm not refreshed. My ears are hot because she kept yanking on them, telling me did something in my legs, that the ears are everything's connected.
He's trying to release those toxins.
I guess, but like my ears are hot right now. Like they hurt almost. And I go up to the end. I'm like, I already know this is going to be way more expensive and whatever. She charged me for the back massage she gave me when I was sitting in the chair. And then she charged me for the Asian head massage. And then she charged me for hot rocks I didn't ask for.
Dude.
So I went in for a toenail polish change and I came out. It was $150. And I was like, dude, what just happened? Like, it all happened so fast that I was like,
That is an amazing saleswoman, by the way.
Because I was like, oh, she's probably just being nice. Because, I mean, $10 to change the polish on my toes. It took her 5 minutes. I felt like that was a pretty nice size tip. It wasn't 100, you know? It's New York City. I'm sure she gets tipped huge. But I was like, it all happened in a matter of minutes. Like, I went from changing my toe color to my breasts out wiggling. And then I owed her $100, $150 plus tip. And I was like, what just happened? Like, I got
taken.
duped.
Yeah.
I got taken for a ride. I was like, oh my God. But I'm like, is this going to be one of those situations where I'm going to feel amazing tomorrow? Like I'm going to wake up and be like, wow, I can't believe she like loosened my shoulders so much. Or did I fully just get scammed?
Wow. I have audio of what that sounded like, Bill.
You know what?
And the lady's like, you just got Chinese massage and spa'd. Good day, my lady.
So
Wow.
You're tired to the bone.
Yeah. I'm paying for it. Like, I don't even know. I don't know what I feel taken advantage of, but a little bit relaxed, but also insulted. Like this
That's
is
how they get you.
insane.
I'm awash in all these different competing emotions.
It was a lot of emotion.
I feel relaxed and yet more anxious than ever.
Yeah.
It's very strange.
Very strange.
Wow.
But I booked an appointment for a full body next week, so.
See, that's the suggestive
I'm
selling.
Kidding. I'm totally kidding.
That's the spa version of would you like fries with that?
Yeah.
Man.
So that was my day. Because I'm like, oh, I'll come in early. I'll edit some video. You know, I'll get my toenails changed. Because I was done with the toe polish at 12:15. So I fully planned on just coming into the studio and setting up shop and, you know, getting some work done. And
We should go back in there and
That
just
is not
ask
what
her,
happened.
how did you do that?
it was crazy.
I never saw it coming. How did
She
you do
needs
that?
to teach me that to sell people stuff after shows.
Yeah.
Like, how do I get $150 worth of merch into everybody's hand?
She's like Affleck in Boiler Room.
Yeah.
She really went in.
Insane.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. Well, congratulations.
So that's where I'm at right
Mhm.
now. My face feels very smooth, but that's where we're at.
And now Mary's covering up her hot ears with headphones.
It's really very uncomfortable how
Yeah.
hot my ears are.
They're still hot, huh?
Yeah, dude. And I mean, we finished it probably like 1:30. No, probably 1:15.
Got some fiery lobes up in there.
Oh my God.
Oh.
Very strange. Oh, and then she like cleaned me up with a towel. I'm like, this is very uncomfortable. She like pulled out towels and was like wiping the lotion off, but she did it like 5 times. And I was
She
like,
likes
do
your
you
boob.
think I'm dirty or something? Like, this
Oh,
is
yeah, she
very
does. After that
strange.
boob popped out, it was confirmed.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to take a break. We're all going to cool off here in the
gotta
break.
cool off.
Yep. Want to text me 35192. You can watch live if you like at AlanCoxShow.com.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Coming back to Las Vegas.
2 nights.
September 20th and 21st.
On one stage.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
A weekend full of superstar performances.
Never seen before collaborations.
And once-in-a-lifetime artist moments you'll have to see to believe.
Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com.
#1 dad.
Clevelanders are damn proud of their city.
Cleveland!
But come on, you were born here. He moved here.
This is a man that has endured real torture in a foreign setting.
So who's the real hero?
I would hope people would listen to our heroes.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Guardians baseball tonight. They are up in Toronto to play the Blue Jays. It's a 7:07 start tonight here on the Buzzard. Buzzard v. Blue Jay. Blue Jays are okay. They're a little bit south of 500, but nowhere near your Cleveland Guardians. So that's the first of three before the Guards come back home next week to host the Mariners, and then the Blue Jays come to town for a couple of home stretches there.
Do you know why they're called the Toronto Blue Jays?
The Toronto Blue Jays, I mean, they haven't been around that long. The Blue Jays, because Blue Jays are partial to maple trees.
I don't know. I asked you.
I mean, that's as good of an example as I could. I don't know why they're called the Toronto Blue Jays. I don't know if I mentioned it. I installed a birdhouse with a camera in it.
Those are so fun.
And then my wife gets notifications on her phone when there's a bird. You know, it's a thing that's full of seed, and then there's a Wi-Fi camera in the middle of it. And it's called, I was laughing because I said, oh, they're just slapping AI onto everything now. But I guess that what that means is that when you get the notification, it also identifies the bird for you. And so I thought that we were going to be treated to just this vast array of avian wildlife around, you know, because there's always crows in our backyard and things like that. Basically, it looks like two birds have posted up, and they're coming back, and there's a couple of cardinals. There's like bright red cardinals that are the most frequent visitors to this video birdhouse. Other than that, it's pretty cool. I mean, it's a cool thing. You know, it's, something my daughter can look at, but I thought every day we were going to be treated to some kind of new bird on the perch.
They
so
claim
far,
their territory.
Yeah, so far not the case. Well, they've unveiled the team logos and the jerseys for the first season of Utah's brand new NHL team for our bureau chiefs out there in the great state of Utah. Of course, it used to be the Phoenix Coyotes, and they moved up to Salt Lake City, and they left it to the fans up there, or the potential fans, to come up with a name. I don't think that they've got a name yet. They're calling it the Utah Hockey Club. So for the first season, they've just got jerseys that say Utah on them. There was, I think we briefly went over the
Utah
list about a week or so ago, but they.
I like the Yeti.
Utah Yeti. Some people like. I didn't. None of them really blew up my skirt. I don't remember what the. But they got a lot of submissions for the names.
They should have kept them in Arizona and just called them Ice.
The Arizona Ice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Since there's a lot of ice there anyway.
Sure, like the Utah Jazz.
Mm-hmm. No, I was thinking more like the
deportation.
Deportation.
Oh, immigration situation. Yeah. Well, yeah, they got a lot of submissions from people, and I don't know what they'll land on, but I'm sure there's a lot of Utah moms who heard they could win a Stanley Cup and got excited.
Hey.
But
idiots.
You big dummy. Big dummies.
I like Hockey Club. I think they should just stay Hockey Club.
I mean, Washington football team didn't bother me.
I loved Washington football team,
season.
and like so many soccer teams are just like Cincinnati FC.
Yeah,
I think that's just fine.
Yep, I got no problem with that. Call it Utah Hockey Club.
Like if the Guardians had become Cleveland baseball team, I would have been like, yeah,
CBT.
Yeah, CBT.
Hey, Gaylord.
Hey, gang, and happy Friday.
What's going on, Gaylord?
Mr. Cox, I wanted to say that my wife may be taking me out to Portage Lake.
Be careful what you wish for.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, well, it's a public place, Gaylord. You can do whatever you like out there.
Oh, come on. Now.
I will. Yep, I will be out there at Pix tomorrow afternoon in Portage Lakes.
I know.
Yep.
And will I get a chance to
kiss him on the
shake
mouth?
your hand and say
Of course. Well, you can fist bump me, yes. I rarely shake hands, but I'm always happy to fist bump, Gaylord.
Well, it would be a pleasure
mine
to say hi, and I would love to introduce my wife to you.
Well, that would be great.
You all are so dear to me, and I want to start meeting you all personally. And the next one I would love to see is Miss Santora. So when she's back in the Cleveland area, I would love to see you too. So
we'll see if that can all. Your poor wife, your poor long-suffering wife, Gaylord. She's just you're asking her to drive you around to these things that this poor woman couldn't care less. And well, listen, if you're out there tomorrow, make sure you say hello, okay, Gaylord?
She knows I'm a big fan to all of you, and I love you all dearly. I listen to you all the time. And I want to see Mr. Squire again.
I'm sure you'll get that chance. I got plenty of shows coming up.
All right. All right.
Okay. Hey, thank you, Gaylord.
You're a dear friend. I love you all. Have a good day.
All right. You too, Gaylord. Happy Father's Day. The name Blue Jays, by the way, they've only been around since 1976. I've got a Blue Jay.
That's a pretty long time.
From
Not
the
compared
70s?
to other baseball
That's what I'm saying.
times.
The baseball team, I mean, I have a Blue Jays shirt, and it says since 1976. And, I mean, that's how old my brother is. And they basically just took suggestions from people in Toronto and pulled a name. They had a name the team contest. They got 4,000 suggestions when they got the expansion team. 154 people suggested Blue Jays. I still don't know what the significance of that is. And they pulled a name. The grand winner was a periodontist from Etobicoke, a guy named Dr. William Mills. And but I don't know why so many people came up with Blue Jay. I don't know. But there it is. Maybe Woody will tell me. Woody, please tell me you've got some information on the Blue Jays. Now, you know I'm not talking about the OJs, right? I know we talk music a lot. I'm not talking about the OJs. I'm talking...
Man, that is some soul music.
The soul finger, yeah.
Whoa, slow down.
Yeah.
The Gaylord mode.
I've got an entire, like, Avarian, like, I've got so many different kinds of birds in my backyard, right? But Blue Jays are like just vicious.
Well, they're the jerks of the sky, yes.
Yeah, I don't know, for pound, they're the toughest and the biggest bullies flying around other than, birds of prey. It's amazing how much of a tough guy Blue Jays actually are.
Well, that must be why they thought it was an appropriate name for the new Canadian baseball team back in the 70s.
But I'll tell you a story. Me and my girl just watched this happen. There was a blue jay making a nest up in one of my trees, and I had we put the garden in, and there was a white zip tie on one of the tomato cages, and we watched this blue jay fly out of the tree and try to rip this little white zip tie off this tomato cage for 2 hours, and he was not giving up. Mm-hmm. He needed that white zip tie off that tomato cage. He was not going to give up. And I went out there and took a pair of scissors, and I snipped it in half, and sure as, shrimp, he came down and got it, and he was happy as a blue jay.
Mm-hmm. All right, thank you, Woody. I appreciate it.
That's enough calls for this segment.
They initially wanted to call the team the Toronto Blues. People liked Toronto Blues, but that had already been being used by the University of Toronto. So they said, well, there are a lot of we thought Blues should be in it, and there were a lot of other teams using birds. There were the Cardinals and the Orioles. So we went with Blue Jays. It's as simple as that. Why did they come up with that name? There you go. We have a lot of, a lot. I don't know. We have about 3 or 4 bureau chiefs in the city of Omaha, Nebraska. And a guy got in trouble there, a dude working at a Motel 6. They've been having some financial problems at this Motel 6. And they had to do some forensic accounting and talk to some of the other employees and find out what was going on. And one of the problems was that they had a clerk at the Motel 6 who was, word had gotten out that he was taking ground beef as payment.
Nice.
How does word
this is a very
get out?
Midwest
I
thing.
mean, not only that, but ostensibly it's people coming from other places. It's not like Omahans, if that's what they're called, local people who are staying there. You have to think that it's people. So how would anybody think to take beef as payment? But that's what was going on. They were having problems with this guy. Local police and city leaders say that this particular location, the Motel 6, is in a kind of a crime, a high crime area. It's in a crimey area, and there were people taking ground beef as payment.
The night clerk was accepting ground beef as payment for a room. But we've been working with their corporate headquarters because their corporate headquarters, at last conversation we had, that location does not meet their industry branding standards.
Oh, you think? Just so I'm clear, he was accepting what for payment? Ground beef, sir. I'm sorry. That doesn't meet our industry branding standards. Although that's a good pun. Branding. So that guy there, they got rid of him and said, hey, we just want to let you guys know you can no longer accept. I wonder if they had to type out a note on the door and stick it up there. We could, like sometimes you'll walk into a place and go, cash only, our machines are down. And that's where in 2024, you tip the F out of there and walk the other way because who's walking around with cash? But some places will do that. Our machines are down, cash only, or this machine only takes cards. You can't slip cash in there. The reverse. These guys, I don't know if they put a sign up that said, hey, no more ground beef as payment.
Back to money only. Sorry.
Sorry. Yeah. There was a thing on the news, speaking of meat, thing on the news this morning. You know how they love greased poles in Philadelphia?
Oh, yeah.
And I don't mean people from Poland.
No, that's what everyone knows about Philly.
Yeah. Anytime that they have like a huge sports celebration or whatever, they'll grease utility poles downtown, and then it's like a game to see who can get up there. And part of that is when they do like street festivals or other things, people will get up there and they'll hang meats and cheeses up on the poles. And this is a big issue for the city workers there in Philadelphia, because then the city goes, you get that goddamn meat and cheeses down, will you? But then they grease the poles, and then it turns into a whole thing where people climb the pole. This is what constitutes fun in Philadelphia.
No, it's celebration.
Is that what it is?
Well, don't you want to have a good time while you're celebrating? So I think it's a little of
I think
both.
it doesn't happen just all the time. It's just usually when they're celebrating, right?
Yeah, but the trouble
People
is,
are climbing the poles
becoming a problem.
randomly.
well, the meats and cheeses are still up there, though.
Yeah,
Like, they haven't gotten them down. Imagine you're walking around in a 95-degree Philly afternoon, and the air is wafting with slowly rotting meats and cheeses. Now, for me, meats and cheeses is one of my favorite slang for men's junk. So I assume that's not what they mean. I assume they mean real meats and cheeses.
People just like to be on elevated surfaces, first off. It's a cultural thing in the city.
That is the greatest quote of all. People just like to be on elevated surfaces, right?
How do you not know this?
People just like to be on elevated surfaces, first off. It's a cultural thing in the city. When we won the Super Bowl a few years back, everyone was climbing poles. We just love to climb poles in this city.
I just feel like it's so unique. People climbing poles for meats and cheeses, it's a sport.
It's so unique. Meats and cheeses, it's so unique.
It might create a healthier person if you're climbing for your meats and cheeses rather than just picking them up off a shelf. At least
Yeah,
you're
so
burning some calories.
Utility poles there in Philly are essentially like meat and cheese trees. People just climbing up and because once you get up to that top, both the meat and cheese, it's going to be nice and sweaty. Sweaty meats and cheeses. Well, congratulations to people there in Philadelphia. We haven't heard from Joe in Philly in a long time.
No.
I was thinking, I brought that up a couple
I hope
weeks
he's
ago.
not dead.
No, he's not dead.
Oh. All right, I got a break here. I want to send me a text, 35192. I want to get that last pair of tickets from me to see the band Switchfoot. If you like them, they're on the 20th anniversary tour of their album, The Beautiful Letdown. They're going to play the House of Blues in October, and I'll have the last 2 tickets for you coming back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. We got stuff. You want stuff. Win stuff. This week at WMMS.com.
Register to win a pair of tickets to see Bert Kreischer's Fully Loaded Comedy Festival, Thursday, June 20th at the Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium at the Hall of Fame Village. The third annual Fully Loaded Comedy Festival features a comedic lineup including Bert Kreischer, Tony Hinchcliffe, Whitney Cummings, Ralph Barbosa, Big J. Okerson, Dan Soder, and more to be announced. Register to win and get more info at WMMS.com.
This is 3-time Pro Bowler Sean Merriman. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by NOPEC.
The Guardians and the Blue Jays will open a weekend series in Toronto tonight. Cleveland coming off a split of their series in Cincinnati. Browns defensive end Myles Garrett is expected to recover quickly from that apparent hamstring injury suffered during minicamp. And the Chiefs' Super Bowl rings include a typo etched into the inside of the band. It wrongly identified an opponent's playoff seed. I'm Scott Davidson.
Are you still paying the utilities high-priced rate for your electric supply? NOPEC standard program price is at 6.4 cents per kilowatt hour through December. That's 30% lower than First Energy's current supply rates. For more information and to view all of NOPEC's pricing options, visit nopec.org/opt-in.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Hey, it's Bill. Now you can finally feel satisfied with your morning with Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal. You don't just get breakfast, you get a proper meal. Get your choice of tasty grilled sausage or applewood smoked bacon on an English muffin with fresh cracked egg and gooey cheese, and it wouldn't be a proper breakfast without a small side of crispy seasoned potatoes, and you get all that for just $3. Use the app to order to earn points to get free Wendy's. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's during breakfast hours only. Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Select your request. English muffin deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combo orders. Single item at regular price. Prices are higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations like The Vinyl Experience. Just search Vinyl Experience and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good.
If you're looking for the most epic place on Earth, let's start at the base of a massive waterfall. Then trek through the thick jungle. Then climb to the peak of a snowy mountaintop. Then once you get there, keep going. Because with intelligent 4x4 and 7 drive modes and a Nissan Pathfinder, the search is the real adventure.
Available feature. Intelligent 4x4 cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
Have you noticed the hype around retinol lately? It's all over my social media. But did you know you can get retinol in a body wash? Amazing, right? Olay Retinol Body Wash is packed with moisturizing vitamin B3 complex plus retinol to transform dry skin to visibly renewed in just 14 days. Try it the next time you shower and see the difference for yourself with Olay Retinol Body Wash for visibly renewed skin in just 14 days. And try Olay Retinol 24 Body Lotion.
With T-Mobile, you can get tons of benefits and still save because nobody likes having to choose. It's like getting romance and sci-fi.
I love you. Also, I'm a robot.
At T-Mobile, you can get the benefits you want and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. See how with our savings
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
Okay, I want to go see the band Switchfoot. They are doing the 20th anniversary tour for their album, The Beautiful Letdown. And they'll hit the House of Blues this fall. Thursday night, October the 3rd, is when that show is going to happen. Right around the corner here at the House of Blues. Ticketmaster.com has got whatever specific details you might need. But I will give you my last 2 tickets this week. This pair for you if you are caller 10. So good luck. 2 for Switchfoot. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Press the yellow button to begin enjoying your Alan.
What is an Alan?
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
What's a finger bang? Finger bang, 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 finger bang, bang, finger bang, 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 finger bang, bang, finger bang, 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 finger bang, bang, finger bang, bang, bang. Finger bang, 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 finger bang, bang.
Well, that Brian, he's got
bang, 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 finger bang,
Yep.
bang, finger bang, 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 finger bang, bang, finger bang, 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 finger bang.
You know,
bang.
Brian calls the After Hours line a lot and just leaves random messages. And usually it's just him, maybe playing guitar or something like that. But boy,
Likes to jam.
Finger bang, yeah. I mean, he definitely likes to jam in a lot of different ways. So good for him. I hope that somebody gets him hip to what that's all about. This is usually what he leaves for me. Just him playing guitar. We should put him and Dick in the same room and see what they come out with. Dick with a mandolin. I'd love to put an Alan Cox Show all-star band together. It's Brian, it's Dick, it's Gaylord singing.
Oh,
No, we'd figure out something for Drunk Sue to do. She can play the cowbell or something.
Tambourine, yeah.
A tambourine. You get that bruise on your thigh. Next week on the show, what will I have for you to win? Glad you asked. You want to go see Everclear? They're playing with Marcy Playground and Jimmy's Chicken Shack. That's in October at the House of Blues. It's going to be another week of you getting qualified for that Hawaii trip here on the air. I'll be out in Portage Lakes again tomorrow, getting people qualified for this trip. I'll be at Pix out in Portage Lakes tomorrow from 2 to 4. And that's a good way for you to get qualified. You can go to WMMS.com to find out everywhere I'm going to be. But next week on the show, all you'll have to do is call in and qualify. 5-night trip to Hawaii. We'll fly you out, put you up, give you $1,000 on top of everything else. Also, passes for our penultimate Alan Cox Show night on the Cleveland Funny Bus. I will be your host this coming Wednesday. That bus is sold out, so your only way on will be to win from me on Monday or Tuesday. Sarah Silverman, she's on the road. She's coming to play Playhouse Square in September. Anybody going to Sarah Silverman? You going to that, Bill?
I don't know when it's what date.
Saturday, September 21st.
I might go.
Yeah, I think I might go to that. Yeah.
I like Sarah.
I'd like to see her.
She's quite
I've never
funny.
seen her stand up live.
I haven't seen her in a long, long time. Like right after SNL when she was on, I think I saw her. But let's see her again in a theater setting. Fancy. And Dave Matthews Band, they're doing they're at Blossom in a couple of weeks, June 25th. So if you're into Dave Matthews Band, I will have those tickets for you. Hold on.
Oh, I'm seeing Ben Folds that night.
Oh, on the 21st.
What is the 21st of what?
Saturday, September 21st.
Oh, wait, no.
When is Ben Folds?
Ben Folds is the same night as Dave Matthews.
Oh, June 25th. Yeah. Where's Ben Folds?
The Goodyear Theater in Akron.
Ah.
June 25th is mine and Brian's 4-year anniversary. It's more important.
So
than
Ben Folds, what
It's
time
more
is
important.
that?
Good for you.
I've never
Hey,
seen
listen,
Ben
4
Folds, and he's
years,
been one of
dude.
my favorite artists for so long.
Ben
so
Folds,
I'm very
really?
excited about this. Yeah,
Wow.
I love Ben Folds.
Okay.
And he does the thing called the Paper Airplane Tour, where everybody gets a you write Paper Airplane Request Tour. Everybody writes down what song they want him to play, and then he throw it on the stage, and then he walks around the stage and picks things up and goes, "Yeah, I'll play that."
Is it just him and a piano now, or is it him and the 4 other dudes?
I think this is just him and the piano.
So it's not the Ben Folds 5?
No. It hasn't been the Ben Folds 5 for 25 years.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Was that just a one-off thing?
They did 2 albums.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Like the John Mayer Trio.
Yeah.
Huh.
I think he did 2 albums with them, maybe 3. I think it was just 2, and then all solo albums from there.
Wow, look at that. You don't have to pay a band or anything. It's just you and a piano. Does he play guitar? Or is it just piano?
I think it's just piano.
So all his songs are him and a piano?
It is Tor, yeah.
And that's one of your favorite artists?
Yeah, I love it.
Wow.
I mean, John Mayer's solo tour was awesome. I saw it twice. So if it's Ben Folds and a piano, I mean, John Mayer did piano and guitar. And if you love that, intimate kind of setting, it's so much fun.
Yeah, I don't. Okay, so you and Brian, 4 years on the 25th.
Mm-hmm.
How will you celebrate?
He already made plans. No,
I'm sorry?
We're not going to go to Ben Folds. He made plans already. He told me he's got it all taken care of.
Oh, not with somebody else. You made plans.
Yeah,
for them.
Hey, I'm busy that night, stupid.
With his brother.
Well, it's a Tuesday. That's why I ask. I mean,
well, I'm in Chicago the next night, so I'm coming home. I'll broadcast with you guys Tuesday, and then I'll whatever we're doing that night, we're gonna do that, and then I go to Chicago the next day. But I think it's probably just gonna be like dinner. Probably nothing crazy.
Well, that'll be fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little brag.
Yeah. No,
Is
that's
it a
good.
brag
No,
to be with someone
what's
for
that?
4 years? I said, is it a brag to be with someone for 4 years?
Sure. I don't know. I mean, what, why not? It's your relationship.
Yeah.
You should brag about it however you see fit.
Thank you.
And given the it's had its ups and downs, and you're in New York now, and he's back here, and so that's no small thing.
Right. So yeah, I'm excited.
You know?
Celebrate love.
I mean, first time I was married, I only made it 6 years, and we were in the same house. So, give it up. So you're going to be in here on the 25th, and then you drive to Chicago to do Zanies.
Yes.
Gotcha.
So I'll do that.
I love
on the next
Zanies,
break.
man.
I've only ever been to the Old Town one time.
Yeah.
And I just did a guest set for a friend of mine, a little 5-minute set. So this is a big deal. It's it's a historic club. Everybody knows it. So
It's like
I'm really excited.
It's like the last original stand-up club in Chicago that's left. They've put up other ones. They put up they built a comedy factory or something in
Laugh Factory.
Lakeview,
Laugh Factory
whatever
and
it is.
Comedy
Yeah.
Bar and
they built all those. But Zanies is still there. All the other ones from that era went away. That's where Zanies is where I did my farewell show before I came to Cleveland. It was a lot of fun. Pulled out my best 20 minutes and had some other pals up there and loved that. I think everybody that I knew is gone, but I don't think Bert Haas is running it anymore. And
no,
I don't think Rick Gieser is the booker, but I don't know who's running it now. But it's just it's everything you want in a room. It's a low ceiling and it's not massive, and yeah, it's awesome.
Very excited.
Well, good.
Yeah.
So I'm reading this book on, it's on a variety of things, but one of them is choreomania. You know what choreomania is?
No.
These mass hysteria events throughout history. And one of them, they used to call them dancing plagues. The fancy schmancy word for it was choreomania, but the dancing plagues. And again, this is in the 1500s where nobody knew anything about anything, right? And where people developed this sudden urge to dance. But this book is very interesting because it kind of covers mass hysterical events and ties them to modern day. The Salem witch trials are in there because that's considered, obviously, that's an event of mass hysteria that, obviously, looking back, you go, well, that's ridiculous. But at the time, imagine being in the middle of that, right? Where you were in a town at a time where people are like, oh, there are witches everywhere. I mean, there's still people, you can't even look back at these and go, ha, 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 these dummies, because there's still people today who believe this stuff. So not everything has changed. There's a story about the Hammersmith ghost in this book. But here's the one thing that jumped out at me, and it's only because I know this town, well, and the nature of it. Mattoon, Illinois. It's a small town. As I've mentioned before, on my mom's side, my extended family are largely rural people from downstate Illinois. And Mattoon is a small town. It's about 3 hours due south of Chicago. And in the mid-40s, one of the stories in this book of mass hysterical events was about the mad gasser.
Is this farts?
They weren't sure what it was. But they were trying to pin it on somebody. And so this entire town of Mattoon, Illinois in the mid-40s was overcome by widespread panic. Not the band. A woman, patient zero maybe, had overcome, she had been overcome by this odor. And she said that it caused a temporary paralysis in her legs. And people started to report seeing a tall man wearing dark clothing and a cap standing outside people's windows. And they would see them, and they would go out to chase this person, and he'd be gone. And they were all starting to report these various disturbances. And that people would report temporary paralysis after smelling what they said was a horrible odor. And they brought, this is the mid-40s, right? World War II time. So people are anxious. They don't know, the world's in turmoil. They brought in chemical weapons experts because they thought, well, maybe it's something that the friggin' Nazis are doing or whatever. But they had groups of people roaming the streets of Mattoon trying to find this mad gasser. That's what they called him, the mad gasser. All these people started reporting a tall man wearing dark clothing, but nobody could ever find him. And everybody had their theories. Maybe it's an escaped Nazi POW. But in the end, they never found any evidence of this person.
It's a figment of everyone's imagination.
Well, and that's the thing. I mean,
they're being gaslit.
I think the conclusion they eventually came to is, when one person tells a story, other people go, yeah, I saw him too, But they never found out who the mad gasser was. But Mattoon, Illinois, was one of the mass hysteria events in this book. Now, it stands to reason that there could be a modern-day mad gasser. You know how you'll read watch documentaries or whatever about copycat criminals and what they mean.
Is this guy a criminal, though?
What?
The mad gasser? Would you qualify that as a criminal?
Not a criminal per se, but I mean someone of interest when a town is beset by some kind of weird situation, and then some people start to say that they see him and sure, whether or not there's any kind of cause and effect, I don't know, but people certainly thought there was. And maybe there would be a modern-day mad gasser. It'd be hard, though, to even in a small town in 2024, it'd be hard to slip around unnoticed, especially if you're tall and you're wearing dark clothing and you're standing outside people's windows. Somebody's going to get you, or they're going to get a picture of you. Huh?
They're going to get you.
They're going to get you. So I don't know if there are any memorials. Again, I haven't been to Mattoon, Illinois, since I was a child. But I wonder if there's any kind of marker or memorial in honor of the mad gasser in 1944. But they never found him. Never found him. Speaking of books, a big win for bibliophiles in, of all places, Texas. Libraries now for quite some time. They've been under fire by all these right-wing snowflakes about books. And the state of Texas, of all places, ruled that public libraries can't remove books about butts and farts. You might have noticed, if you have small children, this, or kids of there has been a massive increase in books about butts and farts. Like there's, my daughter when she was younger was reading there's a whole series of books about like the dinosaur who swallowed his butt or something, his butt swallowed the universe or whatever.
Unicorns that poop glitter.
There you go.
Yeah,
When I was a
it's
kid,
always
there were
silly.
no books about butts and farts. There was like everybody poops, and that was, everybody's clutching their pearls or everybody poops. Now there's a ton of books about butts and farts because A, it teaches you a little bit, and B, it's funny. But in Texas, they said that you cannot remove books about butts and farts. And that's a big win.
Like LGBTQ books banned there?
Yes, those are still banned, sure.
Just making sure.
So if you have a gay butt,
Ooh,
that is
now
probably,
what?
or gay farts.
Yeah, can
well,
we talk about gay farts?
I imagine somebody else might bring that case to I don't know. What we have now in this country is we have an American Taliban, and they want to tell you what you can and can't do with your butt. But what they're at least saying a little bit there in Texas is our farts will not be litigated or mitigated. You can't ban these butt and fart books in Texas. You might recall a couple of years ago, in fact, Texas was the state where they banned a book at a school that was named after the author. So that's what you're working with in Texas.
What was it?
George Dawson Middle School.
No, what was the book?
Oh, Life is So Good. He was a black author named George Dawson, and they named a school after him. It was a middle school. He was the grandson of a slave. He learned to read at 98 and then wrote a book about his life when he was 103.
This guy.
You figure if you make it to 98, you go, what am I? People have been reading things to me for 98 years. So there was a school that bore his name. There was George Dawson Middle School, and the school banned his book because it talked about being the grandson of a slave. One man's extraordinary journey through the 20th century and how he learned to read at age 98. So that's usually what you're dealing with in places like Texas and Florida. But as far as butts and farts go, for now at least, they're fine. They're above board, and kids down there can really... your niece picked the wrong time to leave Texas, is all I'm trying to say, Bill.
No.
I don't know what the state of Ohio's thoughts are on books about butts and farts. I don't know.
I hope for it.
Me too.
When people talking about twerking, nobody seems to mention the part that when you do a lot of twerking, sometimes it makes you fart. Twerk, fart, twerk, 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 fart, twerk, fart, twerk, 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 fart, twerk, fart, twerk, 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 fart, twerk, fart.
Hey, speaking of Texas, by the way.
What was that?
I said, speaking of Texas.
Okay.
Alex Jones. Today's the day. He gets to keep his house and a couple other things, but they're going to liquidate everything else the guy owns.
Because he's in debt.
Oh, yeah.
Is that even going to come close
no,
to what he actually
$1.5 billion?
Well, I don't know.
Nope. No. So
how many curtains does he have?
But
You know what I mean?
That's a good question. I don't know that they've. I don't know what they've kept lists of. The inventory of his curtains remains to be seen, but he had been fighting this for a while and saying that InfoWars was almost no more. And he'd, of course, been, bull shrimping people for so long. It's difficult at this stage to tell what's true and what's not. But they had been waiting to hear if, how much of his assets were going to be liquidated. And today was the day that the judge decided that he has to sell off his personal assets. A Chapter 7 liquidation. Chapter 11 bankruptcy, as I understand it, is when people just kind of reorganize their debts with creditors and things like that. Chapter 7 is like everything must go. So no, he gets to keep his house. He had to sell his ranch. He had a big old ranch that was worth a couple $1 million. He had to sell that. Gets to keep his house and a couple other things, but most of the rest of his personal belongings will be auctioned off to the public. his jewelry, his gun collection. Now, over the course, since this Sandy Hook verdict came down and that monetary judgment, he has been funneling money to, he was starting to create like LLCs and shell companies in his dad's name. And so it's not like this guy's going to be broke. That was a way for him to go, I don't have anything. But what they're going to, I think somebody else already controls InfoWars. So again, if you're an InfoWars fan, see how much you got on you. Dig deep. Why not support monetarily the artists you really like? So yeah, they gotta get rid of everything. Texas law allows him to keep his home. That's a $2 million house. But other than that, everything's going to go. But obviously, it's not going to come anywhere near what he owes the Sandy Hook families. So, but it couldn't happen to a nicer guy. So congratulations, Alex Jones. I got a break here. If you want to send me a text, 35192. You like the band Ghost? Because they have a film. It's going to be in theaters next weekend. Call right here, right now, and I'll throw you a couple of passes after the break.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just 100.7 WMMS.
What's your frequency, Kenneth? This show been so drained. I was brain dead, locked out, not up to speed.
Did you ever get into REM, Bill?
Yeah, I had some REM years.
ya?
I mean, growing up in the 90s, listening to so much like alternative radio, you're going to have some REM albums. I had Orange Crush and Automatic for the People. And
Yeah, God, in the 80s and 90s, boy, it was,
what was that?
It was
No.
almost like you had to like REM. I couldn't get into them at all. I liked them when they rocked like this, like if they got a little heavier. But
you don't like the slower stuff, huh?
Nah,
I like some of that.
They
that
never sang to me.
contemplative stuff.
No,
What's
one for me.
the one with the road sign on it? That was a good one too.
Automatic for the People?
Was that Automatic for the People?
I think
No.
so.
There's one more that I'm thinking. Was it Automatic Up? Was the? I had like 3 albums that I would listen to pretty regularly.
Well, there was Life's Rich Pageant, but I think that was just like a regular cover. I thought Automatic for the People was the one with the sign on it. Green,
No,
Out of Time?
Out of Time was the one with the sign on it. Well, because it's not necessarily a sign, but it kind of looks like a road sign, like
a yellow logo.
Yellow logo.
Out of
Automatic for the People was a little bit after that one.
Yeah, no, I never really got into them.
Monster, that's the one.
Well, that's what this is
Yeah,
from. Yeah, I like Monster. What's the frequency, Kenneth? Which is funny because I was watching that. For people that don't know the story, Dan Rather, like in the late 80s or something, had been accosted. It was a big story at the time. Dan Rather had been just randomly accosted, mugged by some guy on the street who kept screaming at him, Kenneth, what's the frequency? And so REM called their song What's the Frequency, Kenneth? And they mentioned that briefly in that Dan Rather documentary. But REM fans are probably a little moist in the shorts because these guys played for the first time in about 17 years. REM broke up some time ago. And Bill Berry, their drummer, I thought was great, but he had a brain tumor like in the mid-90s. So he split from that band like 25 years ago. But the other 3 remaining guys went on for a little bit longer, and then they just all hated each other's guts. One of my favorite albums of all time, by the way, I'm a big Warren Zevon fan. And he did a one-off record called Hindu Love Gods, and it was probably 89 or 90, and it was just him with REM. It was him and the guys that weren't Michael Stipe were his backing band, and it's just it's covers, but it's like a great, fun album. Anyway, they got inducted into the Songwriters Hall of Fame, and so they played at that for the first time in a long, long time. And so that's leading speculation that maybe these guys will bury the hatchets. I mean, you know, they're old guys now. And I think everybody's mellowed a little bit, you know. I couldn't get into REM just because Michael Stipe, it was just so something. Michael Stipe was just way too self-conscious for me or something. I couldn't vibe with it. They were definitely good at what they did. It just wasn't for
I had
me.
a lot of songs that I liked.
Yeah.
A lot of songs.
But if you're an old school REM fan, you know, they did this whole big thing on CBS This Morning this past weekend where they were talking about getting inducted into the Songwriters Hall of Fame. And they were like, yeah, we said it would take a comet to hit the Earth for us to play again, but maybe we'll do it again. Who knows? They got into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame back in 2007, but they are now in the Songwriters Hall of Fame. So who knows? Maybe they'll do something. And all of you REM fans get very, very excited. But they said until then, they're not saying anything about it. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, tell me where you do that. Check in with me if you're from out of state, because I like to know. Scott listens in York, Maine. Sarah is in Norwalk, Connecticut. April is in Moore Park, California. Isaiah is in Jacksonville, Florida. And Aaron is a new listener in Nashville. You leave messages there, too.
Catching up on the last few weeks on the podcast, and an interesting thing I've noticed. I have no numbers to support this, but I think that in an effort to not talk about your birthday, you're talking about it more. Chew on that.
By the way, I'm not talking about it at all. Everybody else is talking about it because they're trying to get me to tell them when it is. You'll notice I'm not talking about it. Bill said, "Oh, if you slip, everybody gets $1,000."
No, you said that.
No, you suggested, and I said you said it, and I said, "Fine, I'm not going to slip up."
All right.
And so since then, obviously, everybody else talks about. Yeah, I don't care. I don't even remember when it is.
Interesting.
So
you do.
I will chew on that. Thank you, sir.
You do because you got a gift the other day.
Yes, our buddy Mark sent me a very nice package. I don't know that I have any a direct contact to him on social media, but he's hits us up quite frequently, and he and his wife sent me a nice package, and it was very, very thoughtful. Alex Jones should have to go work for a homeless shelter for the rest of his life, somebody said.
Don't do that to the homeless.
Right.
Exactly.
They got to listen to that crazy?
Just give him a bowl of chili, and he'll forget about the whole thing. Yeah, he's going to be reduced to screaming on street corners, which is where he should have been the whole time. Nobody of that ilk should have ever gotten farther than screaming on street corners, which is what people like that used to have to do. And people would, rightly, walk right by them. Not stand there and go, that guy's got a real point.
I should buy something from him.
You know what? Mm-hmm. Hey, do you sell fish oil supplements that will make me smart like you? But, I don't know. Well, we'll always have those bangers. You know, in the last few years, and it was immediately after that Sandy Hook verdict, where this guy was trying to make money any way he could. And he released that covers album. We played a handful of those, didn't we? Those Alex Jones cover songs?
They weren't bad.
Yeah.
They were okay, but they didn't sell. I think he figured, these rubes in my audience, they will buy whatever I tell them to buy. That's how he made the bulk of his money. He was selling supplements and G-Force X Factor, or whatever the hell he called them. But the album just laid there. It flopped hard because I don't think people could get their heads around it.
Oh, baby, oops, I did it again. I play with your heart.
You might be right.
Been around the world, and I found out that only stupid people are breeding. Those cretins are cloning and feeding.
Like, I can't even tell what the songs are because he's so gravelly.
Well, he's so gravelly, and also, like, these sound like things that he would say, but it just doesn't, I don't know. It's not hitting for me. It's a great song. Not a great version. You don't like this song, Mary?
To your life.
I don't know this. It's fine.
There's no
I don't like
turning back.
Especially not this version.
Even while we sleep.
You're such a hater, Mary.
I know.
Such a hater.
It's my job.
Man, it's your job. Yes, it's my job to be a hater. So anyway, thank you, sir, for the message. I am not the one talking about my birthday. You know who else doesn't want to talk about their birthday?
Who?
Donald Trump. Ever heard of this guy?
No.
He is 78 years old today, and he does not want people focusing on that because he doesn't want people to go, oh, you and the other guy are both really, really old.
Way too old.
Yeah. I mean, it's a big deal if you're a child and you go, that person's only 3 years older than me, but when you're 78 and the other guy's 81, no one cares. You're both old. And so you understand why he doesn't want people focusing on his birthday. He wants people focusing on what a terrible city Milwaukee is. That's what...
More important things.
More important things. Boy, they wasted no time in putting billboards. I heard from one of our Milwaukee bureau chiefs that they wasted no time in putting billboards up all around Milwaukee with Trump's quote on it because they're having the Republican National Convention there, week of July 15th. And he's like, Milwaukee's horrible. So there's these billboards with like his quote or tweet or whatever up on the billboard. And they wasted no time doing that. We used to go to Milwaukee a lot. You know, my middle brother's a lifelong Brewers fan because he really, Milwaukee's just 90 minutes up the lake. And we went to Milwaukee a lot. We go to Brewers games every so often, and my brother really took to it. Milwaukee, to me, in 2024 is very similar to me like a city like Cleveland, where back in the day, you could rightfully make fun of it up, down, and sideways. Growing up, I mean, Milwaukee, because a lot of it was really, really gross. But they really had a come up. And so when you go to Milwaukee now, and you're like, oh, yeah, there's stuff going on. You can have a really, really good time in Milwaukee.
I've never been there.
You've never played Milwaukee?
No.
Really?
Really?
Wow.
I know. You would think.
Well, like I said, it's an hour and a half north of Chicago. Just book a gig
Bounce
there.
up there.
Yeah.
I worked there a long time ago, but they went through like comedy dry spells for a lot. Like there'd be a club and then it closed, and there'd be a new club, and it would just. But now I think they finally have.
They have Laughing Tap up there, don't they? Is that still open?
Tap.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's still open, but they have an improv there, or a Funny Bone probably now because they changed all the names.
Well, the Milwaukee mayor fired back. Guy with a fantastic name. The mayor of Milwaukee's name is Cavalier Johnson.
Hell yeah.
And he's like, it's weird that a guy would make fun of a city where they're having the convention for him in a couple of weeks.
Well, Donald Trump wants to talk about things that he thinks are horrible. All of us lived through his presidency, so right back at you, buddy. I'd say.
By the way, this dude, he has been studying Obama tapes from back in the day. He's really got that Obama cadence.
All of us lived through his presidency, so right back at you, buddy. I'd say that. Look, I find it kind of perplexing. I find it kind of strange that he would insult the largest city in Wisconsin because he's running for president. He obviously wants to win Wisconsin, win the election. And so to insult the state that's hosting your convention, I think is kind of bizarre.
Cavalier Johnson. What a great name. Hey, Jeff.
Hey, what's going on, Alan?
How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm just calling because I need to know what the big deal is about your birthday.
I don't
know. I
know.
know exactly when it is because a few years back, you guys were making up a heist. Bill was, and I called in because I was a cab driver. I was going to be the driver for this heist thing. I don't remember what it was for, but I remember your exact birthday and the year you were born.
Bill, do you remember a heist we were trying to put together? I mean, it sounds vaguely familiar, but
Maybe off the air I'll remember it, but not on the air. That'd be evidence.
Huh. It's nothing that we can talk about over the public airways, of course.
No, the whole thing was that if, he mentions his birthday. Because a listener said that he talks about his birthday all the time.
And he's like, no, I don't.
No, yeah.
And we're like, yeah, you do.
Yeah.
Well, he did because it's August 6, 1970.
Nailed it.
And it was about that heist.
Good for you. Boy, he got right on it. He even added a year to me. You son of a bitch.
Well, correct him then.
I'm not. Oh, Mary trying to get. Nope, not going to happen.
Nope. See? There you go.
You try and try and try again. All right, thank you, Jeff.
Happy birthday.
Thanks for nothing. It's not my birthday. Happy birthday. A heist. Well, the reason we can't talk about it on the air is because you don't know if it ever happened or not.
Huh.
How do you like them apples?
Interesting.
Got some sperm news here.
Sperm news.
I feel like we're all in agreement when you see a story about a woman who didn't know she was pregnant, and you can't figure out how that happens. Because babies aren't coming out the size of jelly beans. And so when woman goes and says, oh, I thought I had to go to the bathroom and it was a baby. Now, this kind of situation, this is the woman who had gave birth to a kid in the Taco Bell bathroom. That's a natural.
I'm at the Taco Bell.
Yeah.
I'm at the combination hospital and Taco Bell.
That's a natural reaction if you don't know you're pregnant. You think, well, I just ate Taco Bell. Now I go to the bathroom. So that's a situation where it's not that crazy, but I don't understand the women who don't know they're pregnant. I don't get it.
Well,
maybe you gals can explain it to me.
People can have like really irregular periods. So if they not necessarily, the biggest sign obviously is skipping a month, right? But if you have never had regular periods, then skipping a month would be normal. So you wouldn't even think anything of it.
But you're gonna get bigger.
Maybe they're already big.
Yeah,
a lot of these people are already big.
This lady was not big. I guess that's a good point. If you're someone who's 400 pounds, you don't know what the hell's going on
was like
anywhere
the whole
in your
show
body.
Where it was, I didn't know I was pregnant. It was just big fat ladies. They're like, oh, I don't know.
That's not this lady. This is like a regular size lady, a Virginia mom who gave birth at a Taco Bell. Brianni Jackson. She said she's a regular. She's an in-home care nurse. And so a lot of times, she's a nurse who didn't know she was pregnant. And listen, with due respect to nurses, it's thankless work. It's very hard. But I got to tell you, over the past maybe 5-10 years, I don't know if the standards have changed. I don't know what you have to do other than, do you just have to go to nursing school?
I don't know.
I have known some people who've done a pivot in their life, and they say, I'm just going to become a nurse. I would not want these people touching me at all. A couple people come to mind, female acquaintances of mine. I would never let them come near me. I'm like, you're a nurse now? I mean, is that all you have to do? Is go to nursing school? Anyway, this woman's a nurse.
Are there different levels of nurse?
Well, there are, but I mean, you've got whatever level you study, you've got medical training. Mm-hmm. I'm sure there are tiers of that, but anyway, this woman is a nurse who didn't know she was pregnant, and she's an in-home care nurse, and her patient asked if she would go get her something to eat, and she wanted Taco Bell, and so she said sure. So she wasn't even getting it for her. Right after she placed the order, she started getting stomach cramps. And so she went to the restroom and then came back out and immediately had to go back. She just kept having this terrible, terrible pain. And she's like, I just couldn't stand up.
I don't feel good.
And then I looked down and I realized I was bleeding. And then I panicked and called I'll let her explain a little bit of it.
I'm running past the Panera Bread, and then I hear her just let out this gut-wrenching scream. I'm still panicking. I'm like, babe, say something. And then she's like, oh my God, I just had a baby.
And I was like, okay, no, there's no way. I picked her up, I wrapped her in my shirt. She hadn't let out a cry or anything yet. Boy or girl? I was like, it's a girl. Hang up and call 911. And next thing I know, I was hearing a dial tone.
I don't know how it happens. This is not a big woman. Jamars and Brianni Jackson are the parents. And she went in and the kid came out. Right into the toilet. Mommy, how was I born? Will you tell me the story of my birth? You were born in a Taco Bell toilet, my love.
That's why we named you Special Number 4.
What was Uncle Baby Billy?
Where was he born?
No, his wife, the redhead.
Oh, Tiffany?
She was born in a toilet.
Was she?
Yeah, she's got a whole story about how she was a toilet baby.
Yeah. Well, listen, everybody, I guess the important part is everybody's fine. I guess it would immediately give me pause to see a woman who's a new mom who is also a nurse who did not know she was pregnant. But everybody's fine.
I think that's just someone that's so dedicated to their job that they're not paying attention to themselves.
Oh, that's what it is.
She's thinking of her patients, not herself.
Ah, I see. Well, it also means that she didn't have any cramps before this. Listen,
which can happen.
Every body is different. Yeah, but it's crazy. It's wild. But imagine that, because you didn't even have time to plan for it, right? What sucks is their son was killed in a crash last year. So these are people who spent the last 12 months in mourning. The kid was 9 months old.
Wow. Jeez.
How was he the only one who died?
She was driving, and she hit a pickup truck or hit her or something. And so in their mind, they're probably like, this is, Mary would call it fate. They got a replacement baby.
Yeah.
And they didn't even know it was coming. So the cops initially charged her for the crash. But it's been a bad year for them because of that. And now they have a Taco Bell toilet baby.
Oh, man.
Well, good for them. Everybody's happy and accounted for.
Did they say the name of the baby?
They did, yes. Belle Grande. Belle Grande Jackson.
Perfect.
What is her name?
Not Chalupa?
No, Gordy and Chalupa.
Mm-hmm.
Ayana. Little
Ayana, number 5.
Ayana.
Cheese burrito and...
Uh-huh. A little bundle of joy. There you go. I'm going to break here. I want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com, if you're inclined to watch live, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
A wise man once said, everything is better on a
Eat that, you piece of crap.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Three 35192. Send me a text. Comedian Cam Patterson's going to join us about a half an hour. He's got a bunch of sold-out shows over there in the Cabaret at Hilarities. We'll get to the Bill Squire Friday Get Down later on. That's how we begin the weekend around these parts. So we'll get to that shortly after 6 o'clock. Guardians pregame will begin a little bit after 6:30 when we roll out for the weekend. And then 7:07 is game time up in Toronto against the Blue Jays, first of 3 there. And then the Blue Jays will be here in Cleveland next week. Guardians also be hosting the Mariners starting on Tuesday night. And if you want to get yourself some appropriate gear from CLE Clothing Company, I always recommend that you use our promo code to do that. This month the word is Cardinal, and it will get you 20% off right off the top. I got to order that shirt for Dick. Make myself a note to do that. It might surprise you to learn that it's not top of mind for me. But I did tell him that I would send him one. And I'm a man of my word, so I should take care of that. Somebody suggested that couple name their child Belle, Belle. It's not bad. And I don't think a lot of women who claim they don't know they're pregnant are saying that because they were cheating. Yeah, but you're going to have a kid. I mean, she said she didn't know she was pregnant. You know, and I had some women text me in the break. They're like, I didn't know I was pregnant. Like, yeah, 3 months. One of them said 3 months. I'm like,
that's not
fetus is like the size.
baby.
The fetus is like the size of a plum at 3 months, right? Like, yeah, I can that I could see. And some women, listen, my middle brother, his wife, my sister-in-law, is a very, very thin woman, and they have 2 boys. And each time she was pregnant, it was like her body didn't change at all, except for it looked like she was walking around with a soccer ball under her shirt. And then she had the baby, and it was like the soccer ball came out of her shirt. It was like some people's bodies just don't change. You know, people go, oh, I know some people who got smaller when they were pregnant. Okay, well, I that's new to me, but, you know. Somebody else said my wife didn't know until she was almost 6 months pregnant. And like Mary said, you know, people, they're not getting their periods or whatever, and all that kind of weird stuff.
But again,
it's just that when you get to
but like
right.
to get all
To
the
go
way
full
through
term,
the pregnancy,
yeah, 9 months, and not
then
know.
be like, oh, I'm going to stop at Taco Bell and get some food, and then pop into the bathroom, and a baby comes out. You're like, well, I'll be. Like, that's just that's crazy.
You couldn't have gone the 9 months. Forget the size. You couldn't have gone 9 months without feeling anything going on.
I mean, that would mean like
no kicking,
morning sickness,
no nothing,
no butterflies, no nothing.
Could I be pregonate? How do I know if I'm prengan? What is the best time to sex to become pregnant?
I mean, just on a logistical level, it would be a real kick in the pants because you can't plan for anything. You're like, oh, I've got a baby now.
You don't have a crib, a car seat. Yeah, you don't have any of it.
Somebody else texted me, I had 2 hours notice. I wonder what the notice was. 2 hours. What happened? This person should tell me what happened that let you know in 2 hours. Because, I mean, you don't know when you're going to start going into labor unless that's a very cryptic text. I had 2 hours notice. I was reading a story. This is very sad, too. I was reading a story about a Vietnam vet who just died. And, you know, it blows your mind that Vietnam vets are 85 years old now. You know, my dad was in the Army. My birth kept my dad from going to Vietnam. He had gotten his papers to go to Vietnam. And my mom, I was born by emergency cesarean section. I was a 13-pound baby. You want to talk about bleeding? That's how my mom knew. My mom knew she was pregnant, obviously, because she looked like a house. But she woke up and was like hemorrhaging in the bed, right? And so they were like, you got to get here now, blah, blah, blah. So they had to do an emergency C-section on my mom to lift me out. And in, you know, late 60s, early 70s, that was major surgery. Now they just go, yoink, baby out. You know, it's probably, I would think, you still got to cut you open, but I would imagine it's probably advanced to the point where it's not that big of a deal. But my birth kept my dad from going to Vietnam. But, you know, my dad was in his late 70s when he died. So these Vietnam vets are in their 70s and 80s now. And up in Albany, one of our bureau chiefs in Albany sent me the story. The Times-Union, a guy named Edward Ryan, wrote his own obituary. He's a Vietnam vet. He was a retired firefighter. He was 85 years old. And, beloved brother and an uncle, nieces and nephews and all that. And he came out in his obituary.
I saw this.
You see that?
Yeah. It said, I can finally die in peace or something like that.
I must tell you one more thing. I was gay all my life, through grade school, through high school, through college, through life.
And he fought fire because he was flaming on the inside.
I'm sorry?
He was flaming on the inside.
I see. That's why he did it. Okay. Wasn't a hose situation?
Yeah, maybe.
Well, anyway, he's 85. He's passed. He said
That's such a bummer.
He had said that he had been in a relationship with a man named Paul for a quarter century until Paul died in 1994. Said he was the love of his life and that he would be buried next to him. I'm sorry for not having the courage to come out as gay. I was afraid of being ostracized by family, friends, and coworkers. And by the way, he's referring to a time in which it was much more difficult to come out, right? Being a young man, you're talking 40s, 50s, that kind of thing. So that's not unprecedented, but it's amazing to me.
Oh, and this is...
It's amazing to me how people can still feel that way now, which is sad too.
It is sad. Well, but there's still a lot of people that are very against it.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. It's not that there's no reasons to be.
Yeah.
It's sad that there are still reasons to feel that way.
And
in 2024, for Christ's sake.
And this is also when people are like, oh, look at how there's so many more gay people now because it's socially acceptable. All these idiots like, who's that little whiny, squeaky?
Ben Shapiro?
Ben Shapiro with the dry wife.
Can't get his wife wet.
Yeah. And there was just as many gay people all along. They're just like this guy that they couldn't come out.
By the way, why is something inherently bad because it's more socially acceptable? That's all. You know, right wingers always use that as
because they want to say that they're not born gay; that they're coerced into it by society.
Well, that's just that's fully debunked. I mean, but
the thing they don't act like it's debunked, and they push it as a narrative.
That's fine, but anyway, yeah. So in his own obituary, he said, "I had been gay my whole life." A fireman, right? I mean, a lot of machismo among firemen. His fire chief said that he had known that Ryan was gay. It didn't bother me, but I didn't know how the old macho fire service would have felt about it back then, he said. So obviously this guy got a lot of comments based on this from both straight and gay people. I'm straight, but this is why pride events are important and still needed, somebody else said. You know, people are like, where's Straight Pride Month? Well, A, stop. B, this kind of stuff. Because, you know, you show me a time where it was potentially dangerous for you to come out as straight, and then we'll have that conversation. But you live your whole life, and, you know, it sounds like there were a couple of people who knew, but... you know, he chalks it up to his own, wasn't courageous enough to do it. And, you know, people who are straight can't identify with that. But, you know, imagine not being able to do what you wanted to do. That's the whole point of why people are complaining about things like anti-LGBTQ things. Alan, my Christian sister thinks kids are identifying LGBTQ because it's the in thing right now. Some of them are. Absolutely. But so what? That, you know, you hear that a lot. They go, oh, well, some kids, they're still figuring it out, and they figure, well, it's really cool to be gay right now, so why not? Okay, fine. So what? Because some kids, if they're trying it on right now, I'm not talking about transgender. That's a whole other conversation. But, you know, I have 2 older kids in college, and they're aware that they have friends who are trying it on. And so what? Because if it's not for them, then they'll get back into whatever their heteronormative situation is. But if they find out that that's who they are, that's what everybody's doing, by the way, when they're young. That's exactly what you're supposed to be doing, is finding out who the hell you are. And for a lot of people, they're really fortunate to know who they are. That's a lucky thing. You know, I didn't have to contend with that. I wasn't like, gee, do I like boys or girls? I was trying to kiss girls. As soon as I got into school, I was trying to I knew I liked girls. Now, they didn't like me for a long, long time. But it didn't stop me from trying to make them laugh or whatever. What's the matter with that? Because otherwise, you end up being 85 and dead, and you were never yourself. And who wants that? Alan, my sister's friend, didn't know she was pregnant, went in for stomach pains, and had a baby a few hours later. My brother-in-law saw this woman every day at work, and you would not have known she was pregnant. Well, again, that's fine. I'm just saying that to look at someone, they might not look pregnant. But if you have a baby in your body, I'm curious how you didn't know you were pregnant. There's a lot of people you look at. I made the mistake of mentioning to a lady on our boat some years ago. I really stepped in it with her.
Baby do. You ever feel something coming out and you want to stop it? Baby do.
Babe.
It's a baby do.
Yeah. Alan, you were talking about cardinals visiting your Wi-Fi bird house. Cardinals are supposed to be a sign. Oh, Mary's going to love this. Cardinals are supposed to be a sign that a deceased loved one is visiting you.
I knew that.
You knew that?
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
that
like
they're
a
supposed to
thing.
be. Bright red cardinals are male, so I guess it was your father. Listen, thank you very much. It's a very sweet sentiment. I don't believe it, but my dad speaks to me one way and one way only.
Hello, this is your father speaking from the Alexa.
That's right. My father was a man of the 21st century, and so he knows how to communicate with me is through modern technology. Of course, I guess a Wi-Fi birdhouse with a camera, that's modern technology.
It is.
It's just piggybacking on analog technology. Wow. So, Mary, do you think that that cardinal that keeps showing up is my dad?
I mean, he might be. You did just go to his
If you saw a cardinal, would you
anniversary
think
thing.
it was your dad?
No, I don't think my dad liked birds.
When my mom and I were at the cemetery, you know, my grandfather, my maternal grandfather, died when my mom was 29. She was very young. And I was 7 or 8 when he died. So I only knew him for those years. But he worked for the railroad. And people say, how long did he work for the railroad? And you know what I tell them? All the live long day.
Hey.
But he worked for the railroad. So
many hours. Take that 28-hour work, brother.
He doesn't get it.
Anytime my mom hears a train horn, she says, hi, Dad. Because she thinks that that's her dad talking to her. No, I don't know that I'm not saying she's wrong. I don't know. When she and I were in the cemetery visiting my dad, her husband, way off in the distance, because her parents are buried there too. We went to visit my grandparents. Off in the distance, train horn. And my mom goes, hi, Dad. And she looks at me. She goes, see? And I'm like, yeah, I love my mom, so I play along. But and she knows I'm playing along. It's fine. But I was like, yeah, okay. I wouldn't even know what to look for. It's not like my dad, I know that my sister-in-law, ex-sister-in-law, she and my brother are divorced, but she's still they have kids, part of the family. She had a conversation with my dad in the hospital room the week that he was dying. She had a conversation with him alone in the hospital room, and none of us knew what she said. But she told me later on that she told him they had a word so that if something was going on there, if there's something on the other side.
Password, huh?
That whole thing, yeah, like Houdini's wife, right? Password.
Mm-hmm.
She did that with him. She's not a believer. She's like me, but we don't know.
And she believes in something.
Well, maybe.
She's very religious, so she's got to believe there's an afterlife.
Well, no, not my ex-sister-in-law, no.
Oh.
That's who was talking to him. She's like, hey, let me know. And nothing. So,
is there anything you and your dad did together that you would? I mean, honestly, dude, it's not really about I believe the spirit of my dad is in that bird.
No, I
It's
don't
just
think that's
this
what they're
is
saying.
Something that I remember.
Yeah, like a totem of
Yeah.
No, I get it. I just wouldn't associate. But listen, maybe it is. I'm not going to start calling a bird dad, but
Do it. What if your mom was like, "This is your dad.
Yeah,
he's back.
Yeah.
He's in bird form.
Here he is.
Please call him dad."
My dad's been resurrected as a drone because birds aren't real. Alan, I'm all for equal rights, but June is Men's Mental Health Month as well.
Okay. It can be 2
Yeah,
things.
listen, every month is a dozen things. So it's, My daughter didn't know she was pregnant until she was 7 months along, this person says. Okay.
It's more common than you think, man.
Let me talk to Dave here. Hey, Dave.
Yep.
What's going on, man?
Hey, I agree totally with the train thing. That happened to me. I had a grandfather who worked for the railroad, and it seemed like every time something happened to the family, we lost another loved one, that there was always a train in the background, when I figured it out. So
Yeah, I mean, trains are pretty pervasive. I mean, there are a lot of them and constantly carrying cargo to and fro across this country. So it's a pretty, listen, I think whatever makes people feel better, it's fine. You're not hurting anybody. I mean,
that's half of it too. You hear it and it makes you think of that person, so.
Right. All right. Thank you, Dave.
Oh my God! Woo! Listen to that horn! Oh my God! Oh, she's beautiful!
Mm-hmm. Well, something to think about. Why not? But that guy, 85, writes his own obituary and comes out in it.
I mean, that's also a baller move to just write your own obituary.
I think everybody should do that. Who's going to be able to synthesize your life in print better than you? You going to leave it to somebody else? There are going to be people who know you, but nobody's going to know you the way you did. And if that was his plan, nobody else could have written that obituary. But I think,
unless it was
I think
a prank by one of his
gay.
friends.
Yeah.
He's like, hey, you see the obituary?
He never
Everybody
told
thinks
us.
he was gay the whole time.
Yeah, of course. He was a confirmed bachelor.
Yeah.
He never got around to telling everybody that he was gay, but boy, was he gay.
Yeah, like if the listeners wrote your obituary, there'd definitely be something to be like, and Alan was gay the whole time.
That's right. Yep. We never found out when his birthday was, but he was gay the whole time.
We know when it is. You know when it is because you talk about it so much.
I don't.
You used to.
Nope. Speaking of the Army, by the way, 31 guns stolen from Fort Moore in Texas, I think is where Fort Moore is. 31 guns, M17 pistols. These are brand new, and they're trying to figure out Fort Moore, Georgia. Sorry, this used to be a Fort. That's one of the ones they changed the name. God, what was Fort Moore? It was a big one, like Benning or something, right? It was like, anyway, they're trying to figure out who took 24 brand new guns. That's got to make you feel good when the Army base is missing handguns. 31 M17 pistols went missing from the equipment pool there at Fort Moore. I think the funniest thing is these are like $700 guns a piece. So obviously somebody wants to just flip them, right? 9mm M17s.
Unless someone's setting up a really weird scavenger hunt. They're bored on the base.
Hey.
You gotta find them.
Find the guns. He's got them in a garbage bag. You only got 28. No, but these are $700 guns, and the base is offering a $5,000 reward. So if you're the guy who took them, you go, I don't know. Do I want the $20,000 that I'll get? I mean, that's if you sold the guns like retail, right? Anybody who wants hot guns, you're going to be able to get way more than that.
You probably I was going to say, especially if they're from a military base.
Right.
Military grade, or you know what I mean?
Yeah, so there's 700 pop. Somebody stole 31 of them, and the base is offering a $5,000 reward. Good thinking, guys. That'll work. You'll be flooded with tips now. M17s are the Army's newest sidearms. Since about 2017, they've been using them. But again, these are the kind of things that make me nervous, too, because obviously the military in general is dealing with a lot of weird stuff right now. And maybe it's always been there to some degree, but it's all bubbling up now. You know, they're finding more and more people in the military who have a lot of, like, you know, far right-wing sympathies and things like that. So, you know, this is not unprecedented that weapons have gone missing from a military base. So obviously it makes people nervous in these communities, but it's not like guns stay in the immediate area.
Happens in the MCU all the time.
Yeah, things get stolen from the Defense Department, get used to open up the multiverse.
Yep.
That's no good at all. Hey, John, hello.
Hello.
What's up, John?
Oh, is this Alan?
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you guys on the phone.
That's okay.
Hey, you know, growing up, my dad always shared the story about his grandmother after she passed away. They were leaving the funeral there at the cemetery, and there was a white doe that presented itself. And it was just always like this story that he shared with me growing up. Well, unfortunately, my dad passed away at 66 a couple years ago, and I was the only one with him at 3 in the morning in the hospice room when he died. And it was very emotional, and I was on the bed with him, and he basically died in my arms, and I gathered myself together and went over to the sliding door that basically went out to just a little grassy field. And as I did so, a deer came out of the woods, and it was almost a full moon that night, I remember. And it just came out of the clearing and into the moonlight, and it basically came almost right up to me, and I just stared at it, and it just turned around, and it shook its tail, and turned back around to give one last look at me, and it walked away back into the woods. And I thought that was, I don't know, something odd about that.
I mean, it's definitely pretty intense, John. If nothing else, I mean, that's pretty wild.
Yeah. I mean, you couldn't put that in a book and you couldn't even make that up. It was too, it was just very, not ironic, but just strange. And he always had a thing for symbols and signs. I mean, we'd be driving down the highway, and if there's a hawk sitting on the, overhead power line or something, he'd always point out and make a comment how there's, someone's watching over you, or that's a good omen or something like that.
Yeah, sure. Listen, better than bad omens, right?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you, John. Sorry about your dad.
Thank you.
All right. There's John. A big old doe came up to him. You know a doe, Mary? A female deer?
Like a ray, a drop of golden sun?
Yeah. Along those lines. All right, I got a break here. We're going to talk to Cam Patterson. He's doing a bunch of sold-out shows around the corner there at Hilarities this weekend, so we'll get to know him. And I will also have those Bert Kreischer tickets for you. Next Thursday night, he's bringing the Fully Loaded Comedy Festival to the Hall of Fame Stadium in Canton. So I will give you my last pair of tickets after the break.
The Alan Cox Show. On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play The Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio. Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Coming back to Las Vegas.
2 nights.
September 20th and 21st.
On one stage.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
A weekend full of superstar performances.
Never seen before collaboration.
And once-in-a-lifetime artist moments you'll have to see to believe.
Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com.
Don't miss.
Big Sean. Camila Cabello. Doja Cat. Gwen Stefani. Hozier. Keith Urban. New Kids on the Block. Paramore. Shabuzi. The Black Crows. Thomas Rhett. Victoria Monet,
and more.
Don't miss your chance to get tickets to our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, right now, before they sell out.
At AXS.com. That's AXS.com. From the Mr. Hero
I crave the hero.
Weather Center.
WMMS weather.
Tonight, mostly clear, down to 55. Sunshine tomorrow and 75. Sunny on Sunday, the high then 88.
This report is sponsored by Levin Furniture and Mattress.
Get the guaranteed lowest prices on Tempur-Pedic Beauty Rest and Purple and 0% interest for 72 months. The big mattress event at Levin with incredible combined discounts, our longest finance offer, and free next day delivery. Now at Levin Furniture and Mattress.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Wasteful Washington spending is driving up the price of everything in Ohio. Groceries, gas, housing. Senator Sherrod Brown has backed President Biden's agenda 97% of the time, including voting to allow spending tax dollars on illegal immigrants. Senator Brown voted to allow $500 million in COVID checks for illegals. And Brown voted in favor of taxpayer-funded health care for illegals granted amnesty, while some American citizens can't afford to see a doctor. Brown even voted with Biden to give illegal immigrants Social Security benefits for work done illegally. Call Senator Brown at 216-522-7272 and tell him to support S3578, the Protect Medicaid Act, and vote against reckless, out-of-control Washington spending on illegal immigrants. Ohio families need cheaper gas, food, and housing, not handouts to illegal immigrants who haven't played by the rules. Paid for by One Nation. www.onenationamerica.org.
I'm going out with the girls this weekend. Nails done, outfit stunner, and my skin? I know it's going to be glowing because I glammed up my shower routine with new Olay Indulgent Moisture Body Wash. It smells so luxurious and deeply moisturizes with its super rich, creamy lather that's bursting with vitamin B3 complex. So my skin glows and my confidence grows. Try new Olay Indulgent Moisture Body Wash for glowing skin in just 14 days.
Kia of Streetsboro. Kia of Streetsboro.com.
It's the Kia Summer Sticker Sales Event at Kia of Streetsboro. What's that mean? Kia bonus cash on top of our best deals. Get $1,500 Kia bonus cash on select Kia EV vehicles. Get $1,000 Kia bonus cash on select Kia Seltos, Sportage, and Sorrentos. And $500 Kia bonus cash on select Kia Fortes, Souls, Tellurides, and Neros. The best deals of the summer are right now at Kia of Streetsboro with Kia bonus cash on select models. If you're shopping for a vehicle at any other dealership, stop. Get Kia bonus cash now at Kia of Streetsboro, and you could be driving away in your next dream car. Kia of Streetsboro's Summer Sticker Sales Event is going on now through July 8th only. Don't wait. Make this summer one to remember with Kia of Streetsboro. KiaofStreetsboro.com, where the thrill begins.
Kia of Streetsboro. Kia of Streetsboro.com.
These offers are subject to taxes and applicable fees. Residency restrictions apply. For well-qualified buyers, expires 7/8/24. See dealer for additional details.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars Lose the Weight, Stop Smoking Early Bird Special, $49.99. Seminars Saturday, June 22nd, Hilton Garden Inn, Cleveland, East Mayfield Village, Cleveland. Or Sunday, June 23rd, Doubletree by Hilton Hotel, Cleveland, Westlake. Weight loss, 11 a.m., Stop Smoking Seminar, 2 p.m.
Look at your cup holder. It's empty, and you're feeling thirsty. Head to a nearby convenience store and fill it with a Pepsi Zero Sugar, Mountain Dew, or Starry. Grab a delicious, refreshing Pepsi for the road.
Another day is here, and you're ready for it. What to wear? Check. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Check. Planning for what's next and how to save for it? That's where Bank of America can help. For your financial to-dos, Bank of America has experts ready to help get you closer to your goals. Get started at one of our greater Cleveland area financial centers or 24/7 in our mobile banking app. Find a location near you at bankofamerica.com/talktous. What would you like the power to do? Mobile banking requires downloading the app and is only available for select devices. Message and data rates may apply. Bank of America N.A., member FDIC.
At Petiti.
Hi, I'm AJ Petiti. Shop Petiti Garden Centers now for buy one, get one half off on our entire selection of hydrangea. Plus 20% off butterfly and hummingbird supplies in honor of National Pollinator Week. Petiti's were locally grown and family owned.
A happy place comes in many colors. One that leaves you feeling refreshed. Something that gets you all fired up. Or gives you the space to chill. Whatever your color, bring happiness home with CertaPro Painters and make your happy place your home. CertaPro Painters, that's painting happy. Get started today at CertaPro.com. Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. Contractor license and registration information is available at CertaPro.com.
The Kia Summer Sticker Sales Event is going on now at Ken Gailey Kia. We've posted prices so you can see your savings immediately. Over 800 Kias on sale. Buy a Kia and save thousands with 0% financing for 60 months. Drive a 2024 Kia Telluride, $299 lease per month. Seltos, $139 lease per month. Forte, $89 lease per month. These are 24-month leases with $34.95 due at signing, 10K miles per year, no security deposit required. Got a trade? We want to pay it off, regardless of what you owe. Buy a Kia and save thousands with 0% financing for 60 months at Ken Gailey Kia in Medina, Metzer, Alliance, and Boardman. KenGaileyKia.com. Tell them McKinsey sent you, because I want to see you in a Ken Gailey Kia.
0 APR, 1667 per thousand financed on a 24 EV6. Leases 20 cents per mile over 10K miles per year, plus tax, tag, title, and dock fee with KMF credit approval. Expires 7/8/24.
You're ready for a perfect summer on the lawn, but all these weeds and brown spots are totally killing the vibe. It's time to call True Green. Save some green this summer with our limited time offer. One free application with an annual plan. So all you have to do is water, mow, and enjoy that perfect lawn. Hurry. Offer ends June 18th. Visit TrueGreen.com for the best lawn at the best price. Guaranteed. Restrictions apply.
What does living your best nonstop life mean to you? A music festival with friends? A family vacation? Or maybe a vacation from your family? Live your best nonstop life with low fares and nonstop flights only at Allegiant.com.
Escape to 35 miles of America's best white sand beaches and emerald clear Gulf waters with nonstop flights from Akron, Canton to St. Pete, Clearwater.
At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, Cleveland's trusted oil change provider. We'll change your oil in about 15 minutes. We're always quick, but never rushed. Drive in today. No appointment needed.
I'm Gary Veter, and I have a new limited series podcast, Number One Dad. Over this 10-part series, I'll go searching for the truth about my father, a con man who I haven't spoken to in 24 years.
He wants me to act like my injury is even worse for a payout.
He's posing as my attorney in a court.
There were moments where Manny would assume the role of undercover police officer.
Listen to Number One Dad on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Number One Dad.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Hey, it's time to give stuff away.
Okay, next Thursday night, Bert Kreischer's bringing the 3rd annual Fully Loaded Comedy Festival. He's down in Canton, the Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium there at the Hall of Fame Village. It's Bert, your headliner, Tony Hinchcliffe, Whitney Cummings, Ralph Barbosa, Big J is going to be there. Soder, I think DeRosa's name was somewhere on there maybe. HOFvillage.com. For the info, I'll give you my last pair of tickets here to see Bert and company next Thursday night down in Canton, all right? Call 10. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Another ringing endorsement.
You're an idiot. Your show sucks, and you've proven that many times.
For the Alan Cox Show.
You're so stupid.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Man, look at this. We got a full house. Hey, Cam Patterson's here.
Yo,
how are
what's
you,
up?
man? And you don't have to be here.
Why do you say that?
All the shows sold out.
Oh, I mean, I want to come talk to y'all boys, man. It is sold out, dude.
Yeah, good for you. That's great.
Yeah, congratulations, man.
Yes,
That's
it's
a big deal.
awesome. I just want to meet you. I'm interested in what's going on. You brought your mom?
Yeah, my mom do it, sir.
Mom's right there.
Yeah.
Is that to keep you in line?
I mean, she wanted to come see it, but I mean, she doing a good job of keeping me in line. By now, I'd be blacked out somewhere. You know what I'm saying?
Well, okay, so how old are you?
25.
25, okay.
Yes, sir.
And where are you from?
Orlando, Florida.
Orlando, okay. So, like, what's the scene in Orlando?
It's good.
Okay.
It's pretty decent. It's a good scene to grow in, to get better in for sure.
But you came up, the anecdote I saw about you was that you were 10 and you did a thing at your grandma's birthday party or something like that? Was that what it was?
Yeah.
So you were a funny kid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was mischievous. That's what it was.
Is that what it was?
I was real mischievous, yeah.
Because I have to think that at some point, okay, so when does it click that there's a lot of funny kids who don't become comedians? They do something else, or because it's hard. It's one thing to make your friends laugh, to make a room full of strangers laugh.
Yeah,
it's a whole other thing. So what was it for you that clicked? I mean, you got family members and everybody when you're a kid telling you you're funny.
Yeah.
But how old were you where you were like, maybe this could be a thing?
Man, I was super broke and I had nothing else to do with my life.
Yeah.
So I like might well touch an open mic. Maybe I can do that.
Yeah.
And then after that, it was just like, oh, I like this feeling.
Yeah.
It's a good
Making
feeling.
people laugh.
Yeah, it was cool.
And it's because, I mean, the little bits of you that I've seen, you have just, some people have funny jokes.
Yeah.
Some people have that combined with what you seem to have, which is just like there's mannerisms about you that people find very funny.
Yeah.
And that's got to be part. It's not even that
You're just a very unique person.
That's right. It's not even
and-
that you're playing into it. It's just that seems to be who you are.
Yeah, most of 100%.
Right. Yeah. So is that because people have when you get into the stand-up thing officially and you're around other comedians, there had to be all kinds of people telling you, well, do this, do this, do this. It's got to be hard to figure out what to pull from that, right?
I mean, a lot of people, when I first started, I wear slides on stage. So a lot of people were like, hey, man, you don't wear slides, we don't wear slides and do all that other stuff.
Right.
But I just thought to myself, like, I think the only goal on stage, like, to be funny.
Yeah.
And from after that, I think people just kind of left me alone. Like, he's just going to kind of just be whatever you want to be. Because he don't listen. I mean, because really, people told me I was going to start wearing shoes. And people started telling me to stop wearing slides. I was like, nah, I'm a stubborn person.
You're wearing slides on
Yeah.
stage, right?
Yeah.
And they said, hey, wear shoes because people in the front row might not want to lick your toes.
Yeah, most definitely. And I don't like that idea. I don't like that.
Right.
And so now I just wear slides religiously now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's your thing now. And
Yeah.
it's also, but like you said, as long as you're funny, the audience doesn't have the, that's like old comedian rules.
They don't
Like,
care
you gotta
what
do
you're
it this
wearing.
way, blah, blah, blah. But if the audience is laughing, job is done.
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Do you have any rocks in your pockets right now?
Cam Patterson likes rocks, by the way.
I left them. I left them at the hotel.
Okay.
Yeah, but
all right,
I
yeah.
do keep them though for sure.
I know you do.
I like rocks for real, but I just like how they, you know what I'm saying? The
Yeah,
texture.
yeah,
'Cause
yeah.
People be giving me like diamonds and like not diamonds, but like crystals and stuff.
Yeah.
I almost cuss. I mean, you can't cuss. I
That's
said
all right.
Stuff,
Thank
right?
you. Yeah.
And so, they be giving me like crystals and stuff, and I don't even like.
You want rocks.
I like how I just like the texture.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm a texture person. I don't
Right.
know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like keeps you grounded to the planet in some way, right?
I guess.
Like
if you
rocks
wanna-
are cool, yeah.
Yeah, you want to say it like that, most of.
Yeah, like you probably didn't think about it. You're like, I
Not
just
at
like
all.
rocks.
I just like how they fit, and I lose them and stuff, and I just get some more.
You just come
Yeah.
on. Yeah, you can always find more rocks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
100%.
They seem to be everywhere.
They are.
From what I've seen.
I think we live on one. For
I
real.
think we do. Yeah. The big magnetic rock.
Some people
Yeah.
think it's flat though.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Right.
But I feel it. You know what I'm saying? Live how you live. You know what I'm saying?
So,
Right.
so do you tour a lot? Have you been touring? I know you blew up from
Yeah.
Kill Tony. Like
Yes,
a
sir.
lot of people saw you on Kill Tony.
Shout out that boy Tony Hinchcliffe.
Yeah.
Saved my life.
And so when I rattle off, I was giving away tickets for that Burt Kreischer thing. I can see a very near future where like your name is in that kind of list. Is
Yeah,
that
God
what you
willing.
feel is happening?
Most
Or?
of. As long as I just keep staying focused and just keep on the same, just keep writing and just stay grounded in what's going on.
Yeah.
I think I can do some really big things in this. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
And enjoy the process of it,
100%.
because it's, there's a lot of people that they're so focused on where they want to be that they're not enjoying where they are, and that's is devastating sometimes to see people that are having a great time, but not appreciating that they're part of it is the way up.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, real talk. He tell me that all the time. My dog Jar, he in the building. He
Yeah.
tell me all the time, like, man, what you doing right now is crazy. 'Cause
Yeah,
I
you're doing it. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
do shows, and I still be getting upset sometimes. 'Cause I just wanted to be like better.
Yeah.
I'm going through growing pains and stuff.
Sure.
And so it's like sometimes I just get off stage, I just be mad.
Yeah.
He's like, do you understand what you just did on a Thursday?
Yeah, right? Right.
Like, oh,
There you
stop,
go.
know what I'm saying? That is kind of
It's good to have those people to keep you
Yeah.
grounded and kind of focused, and bring your mom with you. That's beautiful. I love
100%.
that.
But it's also got to be in your own mind how you want things to go too.
Yeah.
I mean, there's all kinds of things come from the outside.
100%.
So were there comedians that you listened to when you were younger that you liked, or was it just you weren't even that official about it? Because a lot of comedians will be like, oh, I heard this person and this person, I thought, oh, I could do that. You seem more like you were just like kind of, well, I'm funny, let's try this.
Well, I mean, when I was a kid, I never had, like, when I was real young, I never thought I wanted to be a comedian. No,
Right.
That's never, like, a thought of mine.
I don't know that anybody
But,
does when they're that young, yeah.
But my older cousin, my cousin Justin, I would go to his house all the time, and I, like, look up to him. You know what I'm saying? So I would always be at his house, and he would just put on, like, comedy before we went to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
And I would see him, like, man, this is crazy. This is like a job. But that never really clicked to me that I wanted to do it. But I remember he put on, like, Earthquake when I was real young. A lot of Cat. We watched a lot of Cat when I was young.
Yep.
Bruce. You know what I'm saying?
Bruce, yeah.
Yeah, so we'll see all that.
Yeah.
And then when I was a kid, I was like, man, this is pretty dope.
Have you met those guys? Any of those guys now? I mean, you're moving into that orbit, right? Where like more and more people are going to know who you are and be interested to kind of pick your brain and see what you're about. And, I mean, Cat's doing arenas, that kind of stuff. All those guys.
Earthquake, I opened for a million years ago at the Cleveland Improv.
Yeah.
And he was selling his HBO DVDs. But they weren't the ones from HBO. He made his own copies of them. It was selling blank, and he's like, they want to charge me $40 a DVD for this. So I'm gonna make them myself.
Hey,
and it's so much more special too. Like at first, it's like that seems like people would want the one. It's like no, they don't want the one they got from Earthquake. Yeah, they knew it was awesome.
To bootleg your own DVD is hilarious.
Yeah, it's really funny.
That's a move right there. Yeah,
that's dope. I ain't gonna hold it.
So when did you start going out then? Like when did you start? How long had you been doing it in Orlando where somebody was like, you can go out or, get booked elsewhere?
I mean, my first time doing comedy outside of Florida was in Columbus.
Okay.
So I did like a Don't Tell.
Is this your first time in Cleveland?
This my second time.
Second time in Cleveland,
I was
okay.
here with Tony a couple months ago.
Okay.
Yeah, and then so my first time doing it, and I think like maybe like a year and a half.
Yeah.
It was like a year and a half when I was like, okay, let me just see what I could do outside the city.
Right.
Yeah.
And going well. I mean, obviously. Yeah.
Yeah.
So how long are you out for this run then?
Man, I'm about booked till December.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All year.
Yeah, we moving.
Does mom come with you the whole time?
Nah, really, it usually be my dad. My mom.
Your dad, okay.
Usually my dad, but my mom, she get to see it this time.
Yeah.
They don't get along, so they split the weekends.
Yeah, they don't get along, so they can't be with you at the same time.
Not at all.
Yeah, okay.
They arch enemies.
Yeah.
They hate each other.
Do you have siblings?
Yeah, I got 4 siblings.
Are they?
I'm my only kid though. She gonna make me.
I see. Okay, yeah.
I'm my only kid.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
But are they funny at all? Like, were you around people that were funny, or are you just like, I mean, with mom and dad being arch enemies, maybe it wasn't that funny.
Nah, my siblings, they funny. They got their moments. My little sister, they like my twin. She hilarious.
Yeah.
My little sister, she just turned 18. She funny.
Yeah.
She could be a comedian if she wanted to be, but she don't want it.
She doesn't want to be.
Yeah, she pretty smart.
It's pretty wild when you see people who are funny, but they have no desire to make other people laugh.
Yeah.
Because that's such
Selfish.
a strange thing. It is selfish.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's also such a strange thing, like for people like us who are desperate to make people funny.
100%.
It's weird when it's almost, you're like, you're wasting this thing you've got, but they just don't have that thing.
Yeah.
They don't need to be the center of attention like the rest of us do.
Yeah, I
you know
feel
what
like we're the same people. Like, to be a comic, you got to be really inside. I talked to my dog, Son, about it, and he was like, for us to go on stage for like an hour and then be like, listen, I'm only going to be the one talking. Y'all don't say nothing. And when you do talk, I'm going to get pretty upset.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
right.
there's some narcissism for sure.
That's really insane.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's like you're the pilot of the plane. Like,
Yeah.
you're in charge. You're the one on stage.
100%.
But we've talked about this a million times with a bunch of different comics. It's like social media has so many people now do like crowd work clips that audiences think that's what it is now.
Yeah.
And that's a weird kind of change in that whole
100%.
vibe. It's very strange.
It is strange. 'Cause a lot of people so cool see me now be like, this is my first time coming to like a comedy show.
Right.
Ever.
Right.
And so for all they know from comedy, it just crowd work clips and maybe like a little bit of Kill Tony, some other things they might watch. So
They think it's all back and forth or something. Yeah, right.
And it's like, please shut up.
Right.
Please,
Yeah.
please.
And when they get it and they
Yeah.
shut up and they laugh, they have a great time. It makes a great show. But if they think the show's about them, that can get a little bit dicey. Have you experienced that? Because you're not really a crowd work guy.
Not really, nah.
You're a writer. Like,
yeah, I go. I got segments where cause I know what people want sometimes.
Yeah. Right,
so
yeah.
Like towards the very end, it's like I'm doing like 45, 50 right now.
Mhm.
So towards the very end, when I get like the 33, I throw some. You know what I'm saying? I got some crowd work that I throw in there because it's like planned. You feel what I'm saying? Like super
Right,
planned.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I'm not a real crowd work dude.
Yeah. Because again, like your personality, your uniqueness is what people are there to see.
Yeah.
Can I ask your mom a question?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you remember the first time he made you laugh real hard?
Well, he's always made me laugh.
Or like
but not
a
the first
specific,
time.
specific time. Yeah.
Okay. I wanted to tell this once before, and he said no. But Gasseria. He says to me, "Mom, I think I have gasseria," and I'm like, "Gasseria? What is gasseria?" He had a little diarrhea. He thought it was gasseria. But I would tell him not to be funny. I would send him to school, and I'd say, "Please do not get in trouble. I don't send you to school to be the class clown." And here we have an adult.
Yeah. Making a good living now, being very funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gasseria, there's an album title right there.
Cam Patterson's Gasseria, live and in color. Yeah. So do you still live, when you're home, is that still Orlando?
No, I'm in Texas now.
You're in Texas now,
Yes,
Austin,
sir.
Texas. Okay. Oh, so you're doing like the mothership and all that kind
Yes,
of
sir.
stuff. Yeah, okay.
Because you're
Austin-
like a regular now. Like
Yeah.
you know, and then you go out on the road and like Tony has to call you up and be like, "Hey, I need you to come in and like."
I book everything around his schedule. So he
Yeah.
got some. You know what I'm saying? I go through Tony things first.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He changed my life, so I'm always on like let rock out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So how
I'm
did
ready
he
to be
find you, or was it just doing?
Kill Tony.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I put out that bucket, the bucket of mystery.
Yep.
Yeah.
And were you a complete unknown to them?
No, I mean I was around the club.
They'd
Like,
heard the name and they knew. Yeah.
I was around the club a little bit. Like I remember Brian Simpson had told me. I remember I was just sitting in Mrs. one night before I got in the club. Before I got a job, anything. And he was like, "Hey man, your name in rooms you not in, your life finna change."
Yeah.
And I just like, okay, I guess. And then like a month later, everything just went
took off. Yeah.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah.
How do you have any idea of how you'll know when you want there to be the next thing? Because like early part of your career, like you said before, like when you're on the come up like that, you kind of don't know that it's happening, or you know it's happening, but you don't know where it's going.
Yeah.
Since you write so much, is there a thing in your head where you're like, well, I know at some point I'm going to want to do X? Do you know what that is?
I mean, I know I want to get in movies and stuff for sure.
You do, yeah.
I do want
okay.
to start acting. I just want to start.
Acting is something that's
100%.
interesting to you?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Because a lot of comics are like, nah, it's fine. You know, back in the day,
Yeah.
everybody would, like, pilot season was a thing, and that's not really a thing anymore.
Yeah.
But you do want to do that.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah, and you will, too. I mean, you're
God-
you know this.
God willing, for
Yeah,
sure.
you know that you'll be in stuff.
Is anything cooking like that though? Like you got?
I'm trying. I'm doing like little auditions here and there and stuff.
Yeah.
But I mean, but comedy is like the number one. Like
Yeah,
for
of
sure.
course. Yeah.
But
You got
I
a
mean,
special taped or anything? Or you
Nah,
got,
I'm still trying to get my first hour.
you're just trying to. You want to make sure when you put it out, it's real tight,
Yeah, I
and
want
real
to be
good.
like really
yeah.
good. 'Cause, like even last night, it kind of showed me like, oh, it ain't as tight as I want it to be.
Right, yeah.
There's certain cities I go to and I'll be like, okay, we getting somewhere.
Right.
Yeah.
And then sometimes it'd be like, okay, well I'm still. You know
That's
what I'm saying?
one thing with stand up is it is constantly humbling you.
Yeah.
Because you're like, okay, I got it. I'm selling the tickets, and then you're like, I got this joke. You throw it out there, and they're like, no, and you're like, I thought I had
thought
it.
it was gonna be great.
Yeah.
And they were like, no, we think that's stupid. We think that's the dumbest joke of all
I
time.
saw you catch yourself again.
Oh yeah. I'm trying so hard.
You're doing such a good job, man. It's
I appreciate it. I mean, it's
I'm excited. I think I'm doing good and I'm not cussing. This is
yeah,
great.
no, you're doing
that's
great.
great.
Proud of myself.
Fantastic,
I almost did it
yeah.
yesterday. I've been doing this 11 years.
For
so
real?
like,
And you
yeah.
almost get it?
Yeah, I almost did it. Yeah.
he almost dropped one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
An F, not an S. F's a real problem.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
bad. That's
yeah.
not good.
The bad one.
And
Yeah.
not that F, the other one.
Oh.
Cam Patterson is over in the cabaret room, over
Yes,
there
sir.
at Hilarities all weekend, and the shows are sold out, man. They got a waiting list for you, by the way.
For real?
Yes. There's a waiting list for people. If people bought tickets for Cam Patterson and didn't show up, I don't know why you would do that.
Crazy.
But my understanding is they got people on a waiting list. And if somebody doesn't show up like 20 minutes before showtime, they go to that list.
That's dope.
So they're gonna be full rooms either way.
Yeah, that's
So
dope.
yeah.
I'm excited.
That's
That's
I'm
cool.
excited for you. Yeah. Thank you for coming in.
Thank y'all.
Yeah. Mrs. Cam's mom. Nice to meet you. Ms. Cam's mom. Thank you. Cam Patterson is. You're on social media and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
like,
just I'm on Instagram at Cam So Funny.
Yeah.
KAMSOO and then Funny.
Yeah.
And then I'm on Facebook, just my name, Cam Patterson.
Cam with a K.
Yeah, with a K.
Yeah.
I'm on YouTube, Cam Patterson. And I don't be on Twitter like that. I ain't no Twitter dude.
Right.
But, you know what I'm saying, Twitter is like, can I say porn on here?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I just
It's all porno on Twitter now.
Okay, it's all porn. So, like, all my Twitter is just porn. So, you need, like, some good porn suggestions, anything like that. Y'all type it on my Twitter.
Yeah.
They hide the likes now, too.
It's okay. I don't like nothing. I never liked anything.
You never liked anything? No, but now you can.
But you go to my following, straight porn stuff.
Yeah, you don't want to get in any trouble.
That's it. Yeah.
Who's your top?
right.
Only porn star.
Who's your top girl?
Man, right now, let me see. It's what's her name? Oh man.
He knows the face, not the name.
Yeah, I know a lot more. I know everything else but her name.
All right, well, we can find it on your Twitter.
Yeah, you go down my Twitter, you'll see a lot of them.
It'll be there.
You'll see a lot of them.
Beautiful.
What? Huh? What? Oh, yeah. Shout out Jari Knows. Can I do that? Can I shout out Jari
Yeah,
Knows?
of course. Yeah.
I bet. And shout out my dog behind the camera.
He's filming everything.
Yeah. My dog Joe Davis. He an inspiring comedian too.
Beautiful.
Yeah, we grew up together and stuff. So it's
Best of luck to everybody.
I always like seeing that when someone is making it, bringing their friends along.
Yeah,
too. I
most
always
dope.
like that. You know, it's just it feels like family came in and visited us. It was a good
yeah.
time.
Nice to meet you, pal.
Good to meet you
Good
too.
luck out there.
Thank
Absolutely.
you so much.
All right, we'll take a break.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
Dr. Evan Goldstein, so you say people should exercise their anal sphincter regularly with sex toys.
Let's say one day we're doing biceps at the gym, the next day we're doing triceps, but nobody ever stretches their butt. Nobody ever stretches the pelvic floor. They just don't.
Is this something you would add to your workout routine, Dieter? Butt muscle exercise.
No, I'm going to stick with the biceps and triceps, Rover. I'm not going to do the butt stretching. Thanks, but no thanks, doctor.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Get Spectrum, internet, mobile, and TV. Restrictions apply. Visit spectrum.com for details.
Are you a chronic interrupter? Incapable of letting other people talk? Do those people ask, how do you sleep at night? Then you should go to Mattress Firm. They have a 120-night sleep trial so you can get your money back if a bed's not right. That way, anyone, even someone like you, can sleep. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
It's the Kia Summer Sticker Sales Event. So give your friends something to look at and make this a summer to share and save with a capable Kia SUV like the Sorento, Sportage, Seltos, or Telluride, or a powerful sedan like the fun-to-drive Forte, each backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited warranty. And for a limited time, get 1.9% APR for 48 months for well-qualified buyers and $1,000 bonus cash on specially tagged 2024 Sportage and Sorento models. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Financing for 24 to 48 months from Kia Finance, subject to credit approval for purchase of a new 2024 Sportage or Sorento. Excludes hybrids and PHEVs. $21.65 per month per $1,000 financed at 48 months. $1,000 bonus cash on specially tagged models must be applied as down payment. Must take delivery by 7/8/24. Limited inventory. Warranty is a limited powertrain warranty. See retailer for details.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars Lose the Weight Stop Smoking Early Bird Special $49.99. Seminars Saturday, June 22nd, Hilton Garden Inn, Cleveland, East Mayfield Village, Cleveland. Or Sunday, June 23rd, Doubletree by Hilton Hotel, Cleveland, Westlake. Weight loss 11 a.m.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Pay attention to notice the reverse of everything that is normal becoming abnormal.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Oh, 35192. Want to shoot me a text, AlanCoxShow.com. If you're watching live, you can thank Windy Bimpship for assisting today in the video department there at AlanCoxShow.com. And while you're there, you can hit the contest page for people who've been asking all of the details on joining me. Try to get yourself that trip to Hawaii, courtesy of Kona Brewing. My schedule is there. You can also register while you're at the website. All next week on this show, you'll be able to register as well. But this weekend, tomorrow, in fact, I'm going to be back in Portage Lakes. I'm going to be at the, what is it tomorrow? Pix in Portage Lakes. You ever been out to Pix?
I've done comedy there.
Have you really?
Yeah, it's fun. It's a cool place.
What is it a cool place if I'm not doing comedy?
Yeah, this was
if
like
I stand there stone-faced and don't to make anyone laugh or anything, is that okay too?
Well, you should probably not do that. People are coming out to see you.
Okay.
Yeah, you're going to meet Gaylord tomorrow, maybe.
Oh, yeah. Maybe Gaylord. Pix is a good spot. I heard it's great.
Yeah, it's cool.
Just in general, but I've never been there. I've really gotten the full, that's why this month has been great, because all these Kona Brewing appearances are in Portage Lakes. And so I went from never having been to Portage Lakes to now going to half a dozen spots around there.
Why is that?
Why is
Why
what?
did they pick Portage Lakes to do?
Because they're all on water.
Oh.
It's a trip to Hawaii.
Got it.
Yeah.
I get it.
Although Bridget blew me off. She was texting me last week. She said, hey, I'm out on the boat. I'm going to come say hi. Okay, cool. Just like college. Blowing me off. No, it was fine. It was a lot of fun. So picks, and then we do the finals of this. If you're qualified, the finals are going to be at the Upper Deck Bar and Grill on the 29th. But again, all that information is at WMMS.com. Guardians play baseball tonight because that's what they do, and they're going to do it in Toronto. 7:07 is the first of three against the Blue Jays, originally the Toronto Blues. So 7:07 will roll around 6:30, and then 6:30 something we'll get right into a pregame. The reason that we're leaving about that time is because the weekend will have officially begun. And the way that we know that is we look at the clock. Just kidding.
No.
It's the Bill Squire Friday Get Down. What are you talking about? Clock? Stop. So that will happen in a little over an hour. Was the Tom Brady retirement speech, did that just happen? I was watching a clip of that this morning. Or is that an older clip?
He's been retired for
That's what I'm saying. But I didn't know if they had just had some official ceremony for him or what. I know they're putting a 12-foot Tom Brady statue at Gillette Stadium. They're going to unveil a 12-foot Tom Brady statue. Now, in the minds of Patriot fans, that is half of his actual height. But it should still be a very impressive, I guess. Tom Brady. I'm sure it'll really nail his, that vapid face is, you know. Anybody you've got to render in bronze or whatever they do it in, you know, they're always very concerned of really catching the emotion in their face. Tom Brady, he's always got that face like, I don't know what that face is. Doesn't really register much. Probably because he was so focused on winning. But Bill Belichick is dating a 24-year-old. So everything is coming up roses for people, from the Patriots' heyday. He was engaged to an age-appropriate woman for quite some time, a woman named Linda Holliday. And Bill Belichick. Did you know he used to be with the Cleveland Browns, Bill?
I did know that.
Do people around here know that?
They mention it from time to time.
He's dating a 24-year-old former competitive cheerleader. Mary knows this. Boy, your competitive cheerleading career, it's very brief. It's like being a gymnast, right? Female gymnast. Bodies change so much that by the time you're 17 or 18, you're washed up.
No.
Oh.
I mean, you're not going to do it past like 25.
Right.
But,
well, I was exaggerating, but you're still very young when you're done.
Mm-hmm.
And Bill Belichick is dating 24-year-old Jordan Hudson, a girl named after two rivers. And he called off his engagement a while ago, and now he's dating this girl. And you go, oh my God. I mean, how does a 72-year-old man and a 24-year-old girl, woman, whatever, what could they possibly have in common? I'm glad you asked. They met on a flight from Boston that was headed to Florida a couple of years ago, and they bonded over a philosophy project that she was working on for school. So he instantly recognized in her, say it with me, an old soul.
Oh, yay. Good for him.
We knew
Philosophy. She's like, you look like you're around when Socrates is around. Can you help me with this? Hey, listen, good for him. I would be amazed if she's letting him do anything to her. But whatever. You know, they stayed in touch. God, can you imagine a conversation like that, though? Bill Belichick and this girl, you know? She's talking about her cheerleading routines and her schoolwork. And, I mean, there is a ceiling for that kind of stuff. I got no shade whatsoever for older dudes who want to date younger girls or vice versa. But there is a ceiling for that. And 72 is way above it. Like, way above it. So he's taking this girl to events, and, she was there at Gillette Stadium last couple of seasons he was there. And now they're much more public. She posts about him on her social media. So what's the end game there? Because you got to figure that her friends
She's trying to get into the will.
Is that what it is?
Real.
Does he have kids?
Yeah.
He does. Okay.
Yeah, 'cause
so he
one
was a married guy with kids and all that, and he got divorced. And
I imagine. I don't know the exact story, but he's got, like, one of his sons helps coach, I think, or when he had a job. And then, like, I think he's got a daughter, too.
Okay. Well, those would be some interesting
And they're definitely older
conversations.
than her.
Well, of course.
Yeah.
He's 72.
Yeah.
His daughters are probably twice her age. So Bill Belichick and her, they've become a little bit more public. They're two consenting grown adults.
He's got 3 kids, Steven, Amanda, and Brian.
There you go. Guys, I'd like you to meet your new stepmom. She's 24. He was rooting her on at a cheerleading competition a couple of months ago. He was also with her on a work trip to Croatia. Listen, you have never been on a work trip until you've been on a work trip to Croatia. Because what a beautiful country. What's in Croatia? Is that where Belgrade is? Who knows anything about Croatia? My ex-wife was Serbian, so I wasn't allowed to mention stuff like that. So, yeah, they're doing okay. But it really does, I think, give hope to every 72-year-old millionaire that he might meet, eventually, his soulmate and invariably help her with her homework. Because, what do they always say? With age comes wisdom. And he might have a lot to impart. You think he wears the sleeveless hoodie when he's on top? Or do you think that...
I mean, he probably wears it the whole time.
The whole time, you think?
I think he seems like a shirt on.
He's Donald Duck in it with just the sleeveless hoodie? That's his thing, yeah?
That's probably by her request. She's like, leave the sleeveless hoodie on.
Leave it on.
Mm-hmm.
Put the hood up.
Right. He had a retirement thing in Boston today. Okay, maybe that's what I saw the clip from, because I'm like, this can't be new. But he looked like he was going to cry the whole time. And it was a great speech. I mean, listen, nobody knows what they're doing like Tom Brady. And he's like, you don't have to be special to be successful. You just have to be willing to do what other people are not willing to do. And that's not new information, but it's definitely worth repeating. So he's like, yeah, it sucks when your friends are all at the pool in the summertime and you're doing two-a-days and blah, blah, blah. But then if you're lucky, you end up like Tom Brady. Getting cucked by a jiu-jitsu teacher.
Yeah, he's doing just fine, though.
He's doing
He'll
okay.
be all right.
Yeah, he's going to be making like $30 million a year from Fox.
And there's plenty of women that would be happy to escort him around town.
He got inducted into the Patriots Hall of Fame, you idiot, is what somebody. He wasn't already in the Patriots Hall of Fame?
Well, they don't
Maybe
do it
it's
until
not
you're
for
retired.
active-
Oh, is that
yeah.
true?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, then I am an
I
idiot.
think that's any Hall of Fame. Well, I guess not the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
No, that's what they always say. Hey, could we get in before we die? And if you retire, that's your professional death. The old soul in her was him.
Ew.
Well, come on. I mean, again, I would. You know how like when Hefner had those girls, the 3 girls.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, yeah, we're banging all the time. And I, for one, did not believe that one iota. And then when he died, all the girls are like, oh, yeah, we didn't ever let him touch us. Well, of course.
Right.
I don't care how famous you want to be. You know, there are 3 of you. But and so that's probably the situation here. There's nothing wrong with having some arm candy. I'm not quite sure what's in it for her, but
money.
Yeah.
Money?
Yeah.
Again, in the will.
Or just like maybe he's like, hey, you hang out. I'll give you money.
Oh,
I'll pay
yeah.
for stuff.
He could
I'll
just
pay
be
for
like,
vacations.
the girlfriend
Giving
experience.
her money.
Yeah.
Go buy whatever you want. Here's your,
Here's your
$10,000 a month allowance or whatever.
Alan, willing to do what others won't is like Belichick's girlfriend. You want to be successful, you've got to be willing to do what other people won't. Like have sex with Bill Belichick. Oh, somebody else told me that sleeveless hoodie is what she calls his foreskin.
Hey,
Well, that's a big assumption on your part that he has it. We don't know. Speaking of that, or along those lines, I was reading a thing. I was going to ask Dr. Berglund about it next time he's in here. I don't know when that'll be, but it's going to be soon. And so I will definitely ask him about it then as a medical professional. But the male birth control gel, they are getting ready to, I think they're past the clinical trials. You know, birth control for men has been the holy grail, like the whole weight loss pill was, right? And this new gel that they have, they said it's effective for weeks with minimal side effects. It's a it's a hormonal solution that blocks sperm production. It's a gel that is, for whatever reason, applied to the shoulders once a day. And they say that it's about the consistency of hand sanitizer, and that the people that took part in the study said it was super easy. The minor side effects were like, aches and pains, whatever. But that after 15 weeks, it was 86% effective. Now, obviously, this is something you want to be 100% effective.
Or at least the 99.
Right.
Give me the 99.9. But
86 ain't it.
Birth control for guys is within reach, according to the studies that they're doing on this. And so, given our current kind of state of things, I'm curious.
I mean, how much of this is going to affect the microplastic in my balls? That's what I want to know. That's what I'm trying to
Not
protect.
one bit.
Okay.
You won't have any more or any less.
Can I make a prediction?
Yes.
That this is not going to be government regulated at all, and that no one's going to have a problem with this being sold at CVS and
You read my
men's
mind.
rights, and there's not going to be anybody marching about.
I better see right-wingers screaming about male birth control, and MAGA rubes better be fighting to ban it.
Nope.
I better see nationwide protests.
Because the sperm isn't the problem. It's
Oh.
the egg, Alan. The eggs are the problem.
I see.
They don't do equal work here. It's not 50-50. If
I
there were no
see.
eggs, there'd be no babies, right?
Well, it will be interesting. I mean, I don't think this thing is going to be on shelves next week, but maybe within, a year, 18 months, something like that. And it'll be interesting to see because
It's
bet
free. It's going to be covered by every healthcare provider on everybody's insurance plan. You can walk in. It's $2 to pick it up. You don't gotta unlock a little.
It's going to be crickets from those right-wing dudes who are trying to outlaw birth control for women and pills and all that stuff.
It'll be signed into the Constitution within a year.
Now they're moving on to divorce, by the way. They want to make it harder to get a divorce. So they really, really got their finger on the pulse of the country.
What is going on?
Divorce.
I say make it harder to get married.
Either way, man.
Kids.
Well, it's funny. There was this woman.
That's the microplastics are for.
There was this woman on Facebook or something who was selling. She had made and was selling I'm voting for the felon shirts, right? These MAGA types, they're all leaning into, it's great that Trump is a convicted felon. So she was making all this I'm voting for the felon merch. And she was doing it so that she could save up for maternity leave. Because I guess it doesn't dawn on her that the guy she worships is the head of a party that is constantly slashing funding for things like that. So I guess she didn't put two and two together that making merch so she can make money for maternity leave is a little strange. So, the same people who were, because it's never been about kids, consistently slash programs that will help women who do have children. Single moms, things like that. And so I hope she sells a lot. I mean, whatever. I want her to be able to make money for maternity leave because, and I don't know what her job is, but obviously it doesn't provide maternity leave. And so I guess she hasn't seen the connection there.
Someone just wrote, something just got passed about maternity leave. Oh, man. It was like that one of the states gave like 2 months paid maternity leave or something like that. I just saw this on Instagram. I'm not gonna find it.
Oh, I don't know. Oh, you saw it on Instagram.
Yeah. Oregon. That's what it was.
Oh, okay. Oh, so yeah, it's not gonna be a red state. I mean, it's gonna be.
Where did it go?
Paid leave in Oregon.
100% wage replacement for all employees. It was like 16 weeks or something like it was a ton of time.
Yeah.
Like my sisters, I mean, I've obviously never been pregnant, but my sisters, we worked in bars and they would get pregnant and then it was 6 weeks unpaid. So they were like, you can take 6 weeks off work, keep your job, but then you have to come back. I'm like, a 6-week-old baby can't do anything.
No.
But that's when you had to come back if you wanted to keep your job.
Yep.
Can they bring the baby with them?
Nope. And we're not going to pay you for.
Do
we're
it
not
in the
going to pay
Bjorn?
you to. We're not going to give you any money to find childcare. You figure it out.
Yeah, of course. Because they love kids. Well, yeah.
And families.
Families and kids. I mean, childbirth in the United States, by the way, and we should be hanging our heads in shame, but childbirth in this country is deadlier than any other high-income country across the board in the United States, especially for like black women, Latino women. Deadlier. A country at the level at which the United States is, whatever you think of anything else, there's no doubt that this country, for the most part, is firing on a lot of cylinders, if not all. But in the United States, childbirth is still a potentially deadly thing because of all these things that are slashed, because of all of these moves that are made to make sure not that children are healthy, but that women in a lot of places in this country are punished just for getting pregnant.
But forced to be.
Yeah, forced to be. So I don't know how you change that, but I mean, that ain't a good stat, boy. When like maternal, child mortality or infant mortality, amongst countries of our standing. I'm not talking about like sub-Saharan Africa, things like that, but like wealthy countries. We're dead last in that, which is sad to say the least. I got those Sepultura tickets for you after the break. They have launched their final American tour, and it's going to bring them to Cleveland this fall. So if you want to see Sepultura, do it one last time, October 8th at the Agora. And we'll hand those off for you coming back. 35192. You want to send me a text, do it there, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show
On iHeartRadio.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival.
channels, and over 100 million songs to fill your favorite playlist. Download the always free iHeartRadio app and start listening now.
iHeartRadio. It's time to give. It's time to give stuff away.
All right, WMMS and our metal show, 2 hours to midnight, presents Sepultura. The North American Farewell Tour is coming to Cleveland. It's called Celebrating Life Through Death. They're hanging it up. Sepultura with special guest Obituary, Agnostic Front, and Claustrophobia. Ooh, it's going to be a rager. It's going to happen Tuesday, October the 8th at the world-famous Agora. And I have one pair of tickets left. And they can be yours. Be caller 10. And it shall be so. I'll see you there. Good luck. 216-578-1007 to win, or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
Sure, you could listen to another show, but then how would you find the puppies we've buried in boxes around the city? 100.7 WMMS.
Who is this, Mary?
This is Thin Lizzy. That's why it's trash.
It's what?
I said that's why it's trash.
Oh, boy. Wow. Is this more old man music? Is that what it is?
Yes.
You know who it is.
I don't.
Really?
This is Kool and the Gang.
They're an up-and-coming band.
Oh, this is Plain White Tees.
The Rolling Stones is what I was looking for. Yeah, Rolling Stones. They're at Brown Stadium tomorrow night, the Rolling Stones. I don't know if it's sold out. You're not going, are you, Bill?
No, I'm going to be out of town. I'm going to
you're going
Western New York.
Salamanca. New York.
Gonna make a weekend out of it with the girlfriend. We're going to the Comedy Museum, and then we're going to go do the show, and it'll be a good time.
Oh, boy. Well, the Comedy Museum, though, that sounds like something for you.
She's wanted to go because I've told her how fun it is.
You really tried to steer her into that direction?
Well, she likes comedy.
Honey, you're going to really like...
It's a fun place.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying. I mean,
I've told her about it because I went there back in December with Pants and Tommy, and she saw how fun... And she's like, I really want to go there. I'm like, well,
oh, okay.
Go, yeah.
Gotcha. All right.
So I had
it is for her.
Opportunity to take her, and I'm taking it. And Mary, just so you know, we're going out after my show tonight.
Because you've been going out a lot.
Yes.
And Mary likes to
Sorry,
keep track
I thought
of
a
that.
sneeze was coming. Oh, now it's gone. I hate that feeling so much. Ugh, I can't stand that, dude. God, it's the worst. It's in my nose. Yeah, go out. Do whatever you want, man. Nothing matters.
What should I sing? Karaoke.
Sing this. Sing Miss You.
Sing this, yeah.
No.
I used to put...
No, I want to sing something Mary likes for once.
No, you don't.
Okay,
sing Grundy County Auction.
Who's that by?
John Michael Montgomery.
Grundy County Auction?
Mm-hmm. It's called Sold. Grundy County Auction.
Wow.
Oh, let me hear it. Do I know this song?
No. There's no chance you hear this. This is one of my favorite. I'll karaoke this if it's like a real hillbilly bar.
It's a country song?
Yeah.
Grundy
There's
County
a lot of people
Auction.
that like country
It's
in
John
that.
Michael Montgomery Sold.
Yeah, you're never gonna bomb singing a country song at karaoke. Not really. I mean, if you pick the right one, you're gonna find something that even if people who
My
hate
one friend,
people who hate country music are gonna nod their heads along.
He does the Alan Jackson 9/11 song, or
Oh,
whoever
God.
it was. It's like 7 minutes long.
That's a whole other thing.
Yeah, I'm probably not gonna do that one.
All right.
Because I don't know that one. I can't do a song I've never heard before.
Right. Hey, Mike.
Hey.
Mike, what's up?
Hey, I was just, you guys were talking about Rolling Stones, and taking my son for the first time to his first concert.
That's awesome. How old is he?
45.
11.
45. Man, that's great. The Stones. Oh, I'll tell you what, get there early because the band that's opening for them is awesome. They're called Ghost Hounds. They're like this rock blues thing from Pittsburgh, but they're really, really good. Yeah, they're awesome. Cool. No, I've seen the Stones a couple. Have you seen them before, Mike? Have you seen them?
Yeah, and I only saw them just a couple of years ago in Pittsburgh. So,
yeah.
So it's really strange. And I was thinking about, my first concert, or one of my first concert was, I was probably about the same age too. My sister drugged me to see the Monkees, their reunion tour.
Wow.
And it kind of trips me out because I'm taking my son to see this 80-year-old guy, and I saw the Monkees on their reunion tour, and those guys were probably only like 40-something. I thought they were ancient at the time. So,
well, it's like, back in the early 80s, people are like, oh, one of the Stones going to hang it up.
Right.
That was 40 years ago. But, yeah, well, have a good time, Mike.
All right, appreciate it.
All right, thank you, pal. Mike going to the Stones tomorrow night. I love that song, Miss You. It's the first track on Some Girls. I played in a cover band in Pittsburgh for a while, and it was one of my favorite songs that we played because it's just this. There's the breakdown in the middle.
Groovy song.
Oh, it's great. It's just this languid, syrupy jam, man. It's so great. And that album Some Girls is great. That was a #1 song, Miss You, back in the day. It was that was a weird time for the Stones. People have been with the Stones for a long, long time. Late 70s were a weird time for them because they were. By the time Some Girls comes out, they're like 14 albums in, and punk and disco were really blowing up in the late 70s. And so but the Stones were kind of doing their thing. I mean, Mick and Keith were at each other's throats, but the album, it was a big hit. I mean, now it's kind of considered probably one of their best albums, but from Stones fans. But, I like those guys. The Rolling Stones tomorrow night.
It's my uncle's favorite band. I wonder if he's going. Probably.
Maybe he is.
Uncle Rick.
Hackney Diamonds. The people keep saying these guys need to hang it up, and then they keep putting out these bangers. That Hackney Diamonds album is great. And they're expected to draw 50,000 people to Brown Stadium tomorrow. It's their first concert in Cleveland in over 20 years. They last played at the Gund Arena in 2002. And they were supposed to, the COVID killed the last time they were going to be here. Mick Jagger, Keith Richards are 80 years old. Ronnie Wood is 77. The new album is their 24th. And they do 19 songs in their set, which spans 60 years of hits. I love it. Of course, Charlie Watts passed away a few years ago. But they have this amazing guy named Steve Jordan who's back there behind the drums. They couldn't have done better.
Named after one river.
That's right.
No, he was part of the John Mayer Trio.
Was he really?
Yep.
Man, Steve Jordan's good.
Steve Jordan and Pino Palladino.
Pino Palladino on the bass? Boom,
Yes.
boom, boom, boom. Awesome. What a great lineup.
Yeah.
No, Steve Jordan, I think way back in the day, he was, for a cup of coffee, he was in Letterman's band. And I think like pre-Anton Fig, it was Steve Jordan.
I only know that because during it's hard to say my favorite album of all time, but top 3 probably is John Mayer's, it's Alive in Los Angeles from 2007. It's called Where the Light Is. And he does like a full band set, an acoustic set, and a trio set. And during the last song of the trio set, he goes, Steve Jordan, Pino Palladino, we are John Mayer Trio. And then I was like, that's the only reason why I remember those guys' names.
Yeah, and Pino Palladino played with everybody, boy.
Yeah.
Because he's like a session guy.
Yeah.
So he played with 9 Inch Nails and Tears for Fears and The Who and, everybody. So, yeah. And the Rock Hall is doing Stones stuff all weekend. They got that Stones exhibit. And they're doing a tailgate thing tomorrow, and they're doing a thing on Sunday. And
you know how bummed out Cam Patterson's going to be when he finds out the Stones are a band and not just Stones he can put in his pocket.
He likes rocks, not stones.
Rocks and stones are the same thing.
That's different.
He likes them both.
Tickets are still available for the Stones. They start at $160. That's probably pretty cheap for a Stones show.
Like resale, though.
Walk right up and get some tickets there. If you listen to us on the iHeartRadio app, God, we ran up. We run promos ad nauseum for the app, and then when we just ran, we were coming back from break. They're extolling the virtues of the content library that's on the app, not only this program, but They like to highlight that there are 500,000 podcasts, which, just go fishing. You're going to find something you like. But if you listen out of state to us, tell me where. Jessica's our bureau chief in Hell's Kitchen. Sasha is in Portland, Oregon. Angela's down in Cincinnati. Brad is in West Lafayette, Indiana. And Melanie is in Smithville, Tennessee. And you can leave messages there, too.
You guys were talking about old man music. And every time I hear Creedence, all I can ever think about is The Big Lebowski. The cops asked him if there was anything of value in his trunk, and he said, oh, there was a couple Creedence albums. And I also can't decide if I actually hate the effing Eagles or I just love The Big Lebowski so much that I've taken that on as part of my personality.
Power of suggestion, man.
Yeah.
I don't know if I really hate Eagles or if I like them. I was, I got into the studio early this morning. I think Mark Nolan had, I don't know if he was on today or what, but I got in the studio earlier than I normally do. And Rover was still on. And they were talking about bands. Doogie was doing some quiz. Does this band have the in the name or not? Because there's a lot of bands people think have the in the name.
Like Eagles.
Eagles doesn't have a the.
Mm-hmm.
And she was reading it, and she was asking, and they were answering, Misfits, Bee Gees, whatever. And she gets to Eagles. And Jeffrey goes, I know for a fact, because I grew up listening to it's the. And I'm sitting here going, no, there's no the. And she goes, you're right. There's a the. So I text her from like down the hall here. I go, there's no the in Eagles. It's just Eagles. Now, I understand everybody puts the in it. I think the documentary about them had the in it, but there is no Eagles in it.
No, there's no the.
I'm sorry, there's no the. Yeah, they're just called
They're
the,
just
Mary.
the.
Yeah, just the.
They're just the.
There's no the, yeah. And then I saw her. I was like, I was trying to save you in there. Because then I think they all started
piling on.
Something, yeah. Well, no, they didn't know,
Oh, nobody knew?
Well,
nobody on the show was like, you're wrong?
I don't know about that. I just heard that little bit. But I saw her later. I was like, I was trying to save you with the Eagles thing. And Steve Martin was friends with Glenn Fry, and he was talking about in the documentary how there was no the in Eagles.
Glenn says, what do you think about this for a name? Eagles. I said, yeah, I like that, the Eagles. He said, no, Eagles. I said, yeah, the Eagles. Sounds good. He goes, no, Eagles. Finally, I figured out, oh, Eagles. And that's the name of the group. A lot of people think it's the Eagles, but it's not. It's Eagles.
Every aspect of my life struggles in moderation. So I don't really like to start a new show unless I know I have time to finish it.
I understand.
Like, I'm not someone who's going to watch a show over the course of a year. Like that's
No, I wouldn't either.
You know what I mean? My roommate was clicking around. She'll watch a half of an episode of one show and then never go back to it. And I'm like, I can't do this. She had on the other day.
That's insane.
Yeah, she had on the other day.
Tell her that's stupid.
It's called 5-Star Chef. And it's a cooking competition about people who are going to take over some like legendary hotel restaurant in London. And we watched one episode together. She fell asleep during it. And then I watched the next 7 episodes over the course of 2 days. So I'm like, I don't have time to start a show. I have too much going on. Because otherwise I will sit and watch. Every minute of my free time will be spent watching that show.
Right. Well, plus if it gets too, like for me, like Gwen and I will watch topical shows. Like I'll watch Bill Maher. We'll watch John Oliver. But if it gets to like the end of the next week, I'm not going to go back and watch it. You know what I mean? Because it's like, it's very topical and we get like an hour of television a night. So we have to be kind of very, very surgical about what we're watching. Yeah. But yeah, that Steve Martin documentary I still haven't finished it, but it's great.
I always think, I obviously know who Steve Martin is, right? But whenever I hear his name, I think of the scene in The Office where they're having a bad day and Michael's sitting there and he goes, did I ever tell you about the day that Steve Martin died? And Pam's like, Steve Martin's not dead. He goes, I know, but I thought the day that he died would be the worst day of my life. And he's like, and I'm wrong. Today's the worst day of my life. That's what I think of every time I hear Steve Martin. I'm like, did I ever tell you about the day that Steve Martin died?
And that was his hypothetical situation. Like you create hypothetical arguments.
Yeah,
He was looking, not looking forward. He was.
Knew that would be the worst day of his life, was the day that Steve Martin died.
Right. Well, because it's wild, because in this documentary, it's mostly just him and the filmmaker, but obviously they have little interstitials from friends. But then the second half of it, there's large segments with him and Martin Short, because they're writing that two-man show that they take on the road. And, these guys, they're pushing 80 now. And so it just makes you, if you're like a Gen Xer, like me or somebody around my age, you're watching these guys and you're like, these guys are going to be gone.
Mm-hmm.
And, man, it's a bummer. So I'm with Michael Scott on that one.
Yeah.
That's going to be, it's not going to be the worst day of my life. It's going to be a real.
Who's going to be the worst day of your life? What celebrity is going to hit you? Well, you never know how someone's going to hit you. But like when you're like, wow, when that person goes.
Watching this documentary, it hit me. I was like, I'm going to be really upset when Steve Martin dies. Or Martin Short. I love both of those guys. Just that kind of comedian, writer, artist.
And the fact that
is
they're
kind of going away.
And they're so active and, at this point.
There's
a lot of people that have, they have a great legacy, but they're not doing a lot right now.
Yeah.
For me, it's Dick Van Dyke, though.
Oh, is it really?
No.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, the guy's 98. He means a lot to a lot of people.
I've thought he was dead so many times.
He looks like a homeless guy now, but
I like his look.
Yeah. But no, because he's, Steve Martin, he's got a young wife and a young child. He's 22 or 20, his wife's 50 and he's like 75 or something. But he's got like an 11-year-old daughter. So he's like, I did my life backwards. He's like, a lot of people will get married and have kids and then, kind of do the career thing. And he's like, I went the exact opposite way.
I tell people that about moving to New York. Like when I'm meeting people and they're like, oh, wow, like you, I'm like, yeah, I have an entire life in Ohio.
Yeah.
I have a house and a boyfriend and his daughter, and I've been doing stand-up 12 years. Like I didn't come here on some open mic,
right.
Women of Hope. Like,
yep.
No.
Right. No.
It doesn't work. I mean, people, you find your own way. I almost like it that way, where it's like you do.
There's no right way to do anything.
There's no right way.
Yep. And nobody knows what they're doing, by the way.
No.
None of us know what we're doing. We're just walking around bumping into furniture. That's basically been most of my life. Hoping things work out. Having a kernel of a plan in your brain, but even that can go to shrimp when you. I'm going to break here. We'll have the Bill Squire Friday Get Down straight ahead. That's how we'll know that the weekend is officially underway. Perhaps you're not near a timepiece. That'll be a handy guide. 35192. Want to text me for anything else? We'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Idiot. Stupid moron.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Oh, boy. Gotta put a little hitch in your giddy up. Get ready for the Bill Squire Friday Get Down, which is on the way. It's how we start the weekend around these parts. And then Guardians pregame, as soon as we roll out, that'll get going around 6:40 or so. 7:07 tonight, live from Toronto, Ontario. Guardians, Blue Jays, first of three, 7:07 tonight. And then they come back home. They'll host the Mariners beginning of the week. And then the Blue Jays will come to Cleveland. And that'll be next week. And, of course, you'll hear all of it on MMS. You can also listen on the iHeartRadio app. Alan, when Dolly Parton goes, the nation will need a day off to mourn. Yeah, people were hitting me up with their celebrities that it's going to hit them hard. Alan, I'm going to be so upset when William Daniels passes away. You know who William Daniels is, yeah?
Jack
he has
Daniels?
multi-generational reach. Who?
Jack Daniels?
Is that?
Well, no.
Oh.
William and Jack would be two different
Thought
guys.
maybe he went by Jack.
When I was a kid, he was the voice of Kit from Knight Rider, but a lot of people know him as
he's
Mr.
still
Feeney
alive.
from Boy
Wow.
Meets... He's almost 100.
Yeah.
Mr. Feeney from Boy Meets World. He was on a show called St. Elsewhere that my parents watched. Hospital drama when I was a kid. It had Howie Mandel in it and early Denzel Washington show. Willie Nelson is going to be another one.
That's a big one, yeah.
Yep. When we get that news, that's going to be tough. Is it Alan Cox Show or the Alan Cox Show?
Oh.
Well, it is the.
It's
you know,
the. It's on the graphic.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, the Talking Heads have an album called The Name of the Band is Talking Heads. It's not The Talking Heads, but anyway. Blah, blah, blah. You know, I'm not a big, I didn't grow up in a house that revered anyone. We grew up Catholic, of course, and as I've mentioned before, most of the kids I grew up with were either Irish or Italian. And if you grew up Irish Catholic, you had photos of Kennedy in your house. And if you grew up Italian Catholic, you had pictures of the Pope and Frank Sinatra. But there were crucifixes. Is it crucifixes? What's the plural of crucifix? You had crucifixes in every room of your house. But my mom was, she was big on Kennedy because, of course, she was in high school when he was killed. And if you were Catholic back then, that was, for the boomers, the where were you when? And for my mom, it was John F. Kennedy. And I never really, you know, it was before my time, and I never really cared one way or the other about the lingering side effects of whatever the conspiracy theories were and all that. But it is interesting when they get into the salacious stuff about JFK. That, to me, is always more interesting than anything else, you know, because so much of it is, it's known now that the guy was, you know, he was banging Marilyn Monroe, and so was his brother, and, you know, but that's why I could never figure out where they would talk about how John F. Kennedy had these debilitating back pains. I'm like, well, then how was he laying the pipe to Marilyn Manson? What was her name? Marilyn Monroe. If his back was so bad. Anyway, there is a columnist named Maureen Callahan, who's a pretty good writer, and she has just dropped a new JFK book. And it's about the secrets of Kennedy and Jackie's marriage. It's called Ask Not. And they get into a lot of different interesting things. Maybe students of JFK and Camelot know all this stuff. But like I said, I don't do deep dives on this stuff. But my ears kind of perk up when I see it. The truth about their sex life. From underaged mistresses to sexually transmitted diseases and orgies in the White House. These are things that the modern presidency, if you heard about them, even with all the polarization in this country, you'd be back on your heels if you heard this kind of stuff. But back then,
just for
it was
President Biden to get a boner would be really incredible.
I don't know what's doing down there. I doubt either of those guys can get it up, but who knows? But back when Kennedy was president, that's when people think the media now is like biased one way or the other. But back then, they were really kind of running cover for some of these people. They weren't trying to peel back the layers in every situation. So some of the anecdotes from this book, following the assassination, take them with a grain of salt, I guess. Following the assassination, Jackie spent her final moments alone with JFK's corpse. Of course, he was killed in Dallas. This was at Parkland Memorial Hospital. And they mentioned that she kissed his entire body.
Ooh.
His mouth, his chest.
Bottom of his feet.
His wiener.
Taint.
His leg. Taint and bottom of the feet.
Teat his ass.
Yeah. Yep. She huffed his whole, the whole bit.
Mm-hmm. Weenus.
Yeah.
Got all over that weenus.
When JFK learned that she had suffered a third trimester stillbirth, he was in the south of France and refused to return home. He told his brother Bobby on the phone, "What's done is done. The baby is lost." Now, if you're getting it on with starlets in the south of France, you're not, what are you going to do? He's not coming home for
Come
that.
home and console your wife?
Yeah, that doesn't seem to be the guy he was. Doesn't seem to be the guy he was. That's why it was so dangerous for people to revere him the way that they did. That's why you shouldn't revere
anyone but Paul.
Any mortal.
Anyone but Paul.
Anyone but Paul. Mm-hmm.
Here's a little story.
Jackie and JFK had sex the night before his death. They were hoping to conceive after their son had died.
Back shots before head shots.
Well, here's what they said. They go, on the morning of his assassination, she got her period. Both bleeding that day.
Mm-hmm.
JFK almost certainly gave Jackie all kinds of STDs, which likely caused her fertility issues. Boy, these are the lengths to which women will stay with powerful men, by the way. This wasn't really a time where I think a first lady could have divorced the president, but still.
Yeah, of course. Like, there was no way they would do that back then. Yeah.
Kennedy's family agreed to pay her $1 million if she stayed in the marriage, and millions more if Jack ever gave her another STD. All right, listen. The ones you got already, we're grandfathered in. Time served, all right? But if he gives you one more, that's $1 million herp right there, baby. Now, you're not going to know if it's an ingrown hair or if you got the herp. But if it's the latter, you know what that means. Yeah. You're going to be
at that point you're kind of rooting for it,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
You're going to be begging for something to drip. Yep.
Crossing your fingers it's not AIDS,
The pre-AIDS.
Was AIDS out yet?
No. AIDS
hadn't
hadn't dropped yet.
It wasn't out yet?
Nope.
He's getting some syphilis.
Yeah.
They probably had herpes, right?
Herpes, all that kind of stuff.
Gonorrhea.
You'd think that the president
Chlamydia,
might wrap it up.
Ones.
Yeah.
No, you're the leader of the free world. You're not going to wear a condom.
He's free balling in the free world. Like that Neil Young song. JFK sent Jackie to a mental hospital.
Plus, he's Catholic.
Yeah, right? Honey, I can't do any of that. I'm Catholic.
Yeah, I can't be wearing that.
The old pull and pray. She was getting electroshock therapy. Jackie knew about.
What did she do that made him cheat? That's what I want.
That's the one question they don't
right?
ask in this book. Jackie knew about his infamous pool parties, which were. When was this guy like? doing things. Yeah. You know, everybody complains now when presidents play golf. And, of course, Trump spent most of his presidency playing golf. He had no interest in being president or having the responsibility associated with it. But that aside, you know, most presidents play golf. And maybe Kennedy did too. But, you know, complaining about golf seems like nothing compared to White House pool parties, you know? It's like, and it's him and his brothers. Right, it's Ted and Bobby and him, and like, you don't need a bathing suit. You can get in there, and it's my amazing John F. Kennedy.
It's really good.
Big 60s bushes.
Because a few years ago, there was that book from that White House intern. You remember that? This woman named Mimi Beardsley came out with a book. We talked about it, I'm sure. She came out with a book that said that she lost her virginity to JFK when she was 19. Like, she literally started in the White House as an intern, and 4 days later, she banged JFK. Like, he got her drunk or something.
Partying.
JFK impregnated a 15-year-old babysitter when he was a senator. Yeah, that's wild.
That's a lot of stuff.
Despite his, quote, high libido, JFK was terrible in bed. Jackie herself said, he just goes too fast and falls asleep.
Oh, good for him.
Well, he got his, right? I mean, that's probably how he was with her.
That's probably who he was with everybody.
He's like,
when you're JFK, you don't need to be good in bed.
No,
People
but
are
also,
with you
like,
no matter what.
by the time he climbed into the bed in the Lincoln bedroom with Jackie, he'd been banging all day long.
So he wouldn't be quick then.
You don't know.
If he was
based on your logic. I don't think he had to be good in bed. He probably was terrible.
No, he
with
didn't have
everybody.
to. Yeah, he didn't have to. But it's all us civilians out here that got to be pulling out all our tricks. We got to have every club in the bag. Come on, man. Well, anyway, this is the kind of salacious detail that if you're looking for a beach read,
Seems like
the new Kennedy book.
If he was that bad in the bedroom, he probably could have used a second shooter.
Jackie, why don't you trim down that grassy knoll and maybe I'll get in there.
I'll just watch from over here in the cuck chair.
I call her vagina the depository. That probably won't come back to haunt me. Ask Not, the Kennedys, and the Women They Destroyed is the name of the book. The Women They Destroyed. Well, and this is the thing, too. You know, the Kennedy assassination, there were all the theories about, and they're probably true, you know, theories about the mob rubbed him out or whatever, because he had run afoul of whatever Sam Giancana wanted to do. But also, if you're poking that many women, you're poking like guys' wives and girlfriends. It's like the mob wouldn't have to have been involved at all because there would have been. This was back when the president was in a convertible, for Christ's sake. Like, you can't believe there was ever a time where that was a thing, that the president was in a convertible. Hey, how are ya, Dallas? Man. So, anyway. Mike from Parma says, talk about the real Red Scare. Yeah. Happy Father's Day to Alan and Bill, this person says. Any plans?
Actually going to my parents on Sunday. Gonna have some dinner with them.
Dinner with your mom and dad?
Yeah.
Must be nice.
Well,
must be nice.
You want to come?
No, thank you. No, I was trying to give Gwen an answer. She's like, what do you want to do for Father's Day? I go, we don't need to do anything. Let's just hang out because my older kids aren't coming. Mm-hmm. And I was like, let's just go to the movies or something. Like a movie that my daughter will want to watch, you know? There's a bunch of those.
Inside Out 2.
Inside Out 2.
We're going to go to
today.
If. We're going to go to If. We haven't seen Inside Out 1, so.
Watch it. You got time.
Yeah, maybe.
You got tonight.
Al, when the doctor asked JFK where his pain was, he said, my back and to the left. My back and to the left. I read that FDR was constantly doing cocaine in the White House. Back then, it was still medicinal. Yeah, well.
Wasn't he in a wheelchair?
He was, but I think he was somewhat...
He can't party.
I know, not that people on cocaine can't do, or people in wheelchairs can't do cocaine, but...
Well, I don't know that he was confined to a wheelchair, though. But again, when I was talking about how the media would kind of cover for the president, and not the salacious stuff, but like they used to shoot FDR from like the waist up or something, or they would prop him up for speeches. You know, they would give speeches in the back of trains and stuff. So like most of the electorate had no idea that he was in a wheelchair because they didn't let people know. They didn't take pictures of him. Like they weren't trying to get him on something, you know.
Now our president falls off bikes.
Yeah. Well, he's 81. What do you want, man? Bill, do you want to?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, you know what it is. The Bill Squire Friday Get Down in honor of the late, great Murray Saul here at WMMS is how we start the weekend. Take it away, William.
It's Friday! You got to get down on Friday. Get out there and mix it up with some ladies, whether they got razor bumps or herpes or syphilis, whatever it is. Treat your weekend like your JFK and be bad at bad. Quick shooter, quick shooter, quick shooter. It's Friday.
Oh, that is easily the most irresponsible Friday Get Down we've ever had. Hey, who cares if they have bumps? Get out. There's a little pitch change in the voice at the beginning there, too.
Yeah, I don't know what happened on
that.
that.
That was good.
That just like...
His vocal cords started seizing up, Mary. That's the lengths to which he'll go to give the people what they want.
I don't know what people.
The Friday Get Down. A lot of people, Mary.
Hey, there's that many people.
That's a lot.
Mary was like heckling the Get Down.
It took forever. Why did it take so long to get there?
Because
I'm not like JFK.
Yeah.
You're annoying.
It's a build-up. It's a build-up.
A little foreplay.
It's creating tension and suspense.
Ugh.
Wow. For somebody in showbiz, you sure don't know how to create tension and suspense.
Sure don't.
Well, there it is. The weekend is now officially underway. Go and do likewise, gents. We're going to take a break here. We'll come back. I want to get the last word in. Send me a text, 35192. Guardians baseball tonight. First of 3 from Toronto at 7:07 on the Buzzard.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Coming back to Las Vegas.
2 nights.
September 20th and 21st.
On one stage.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
A weekend full of superstar performances.
Never seen before collaboration.
And once-in-a-lifetime artist moments you'll have to see to believe.
Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com.
Don't miss.
Big Sean. Camila Cabello. Doja Cat. Gwen Stefani. Hosier. Keith Urban. New Kids on the Block. Paramore. Shabuzi. The Black Crows. Thomas Rhett. Victoria Monet.
And more.
Don't miss your chance to get tickets to our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, right now, before they sell out.
At AXS.com. That's AXS.com.
This is 3-time Pro Bowler Sean Merriman. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by NOPEC.
The Guardians will start Logan Allen on the mound tonight in Toronto. Lefty comes in with a 6-3 record, but he's got a 5.57 ERA. To football, where Browns defensive end Myles Garrett led a youth football camp in Rocky River today, showing no ill effects from a hamstring tweak. And UFC 303 will have a new main event after Conor McGregor suffered a training injury ahead of his bout with Michael Chandler. I'm Scott Davidson.
Are you still paying the utilities high-priced rate for your electric supply? NOPEC standard program price is at 6.4 cents per kilowatt hour through December. That's 30% lower than First Energy's current supply rates. For more information and to view all of NOPEC's pricing options, visit nopec.org/opt-in.
The Kia Summer Sticker Sales Event is going on now at Ken Gailey Kia. We've posted prices so you can see your savings immediately. Over 800 Kias on sale. Buy a Kia and save thousands with 0% financing for 60 months. Drive a 2024 Kia Telluride, $299 lease per month. Seltos, $139.